Good evening, everyone, or afternoon. I'm Lisa Bender. I'm the president of the City Council. I'm going to call to order this adjourned meeting of the City Council for November 14th and ask the clerk to call the roll. We may have council members coming and going a bit during the length of the hearing, but we'll get started now on time, so we have time to hear from everyone. So clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Asami is absent. Councilmember Cunningham is absent. Councilmember Ellison is absent. Councilmember Goodman.
Present.
Johnson. Here. Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Gordon is absent. Councilmember Kano is absent. Councilmember Reich.
Here.
Fletcher.
Here.
Jenkins.
Here.
Schrader.
Here.
President Bender.
Here.
There are 8 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. The agenda for today's business is before us, and I will recognize the Vice President for a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. That carries, and the agenda is adopted. The one item of business we have on today's agenda is the conduct of a public hearing related to the draft 2040 comprehensive plan. I will move to suspend the rules, which is City Council Rule 8.2D, to allow for the acceptance of public testimony, which we do not normally have during council meetings. Is there a second?
Second.
All in approval, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. Before we get started, I want to provide some information to folks who've joined us today about how tonight will go. First, we'll have a report from staff that will give us an update about the current draft of the comprehensive plan. And then they will also help summarize the actions taken at the Planning Commission after its public hearing on the draft plan on October 29th. There is a full copy of the draft plan available with the clerk, and that is also available on the website. The City Planning Commission approved a number of changes, and we as a council will ultimately decide whether to adopt those recommended changes or not, along with any amendments that council members may bring. So the list of amendments that were recommended by the Planning Commission is also available from the clerk, and it's on the website for anyone to access. The entire file that includes every action we've taken on the comprehensive plan since 2014 is also available on the city's website. We use a system called LIMS, or a Legislative Information Management Service, and you can search that for the 2040 comprehensive plan, or you can look for the specific file number, which is 2018-00770, and that will bring you back to the actions that we took to start the plan, to unanimously approve the public engagement plan for this, to adopt goals, and then from there up until tonight. So we will begin again with staff summarizing, and then we'll open the floor to public testimony. You can sign in with the clerk to speak, and we will take the speakers in the order that they have registered. And there's also a hallway. So to do that, there's the hallway outside, outside the chamber in the hallway if you would like to speak. So speakers will be issued a speaker number, and we'll be calling speakers in that order. All speakers will have 2 minutes to address the council. And if you have documentation that you would like to submit along with your testimony, you can give that to the clerk at the end. If you would like to give comments but do not want to speak at the hearing, the clerks do have comment forms available at the registration table in the hallway, and you're invited to submit your written comments on the draft comprehensive plan using those forms. So if instead of speaking you would like to provide written comments, that is available. And then we also have overflow seating available in room 319 just across the hall. There's a live broadcast of the proceedings available there. And we've had arranged to have interpreters available in that room if anyone needs to be able to hear what is happening in a language other than English. So with that, I'll invite our Long-Range Planning Director, Heather Worthington, to provide a brief summary of the draft 2040 comprehensive plan in its current form. And we'll begin with that.
Thank you, Council President Bender and council members. This evening, I just want to introduce this item for the public hearing this evening. The Minneapolis 2040 plan is a draft comprehensive plan that shapes how the city will grow and change over the next decade. The draft covers topics such as housing, job access, the design of new buildings, and how we use our streets. Over the past 2 years, the people of Minneapolis have told us a lot, frankly, about their vision vision and hopes for the future of our city. A main theme we heard is that as the city grows, everyone must benefit from that growth. Historically, not everyone has. This draft plan is one opportunity to undo barriers and overcome inequities created by a history of policies in our city that have prevented equitable access to housing, jobs, and investments. The Metropolitan Land Planning Act requires municipalities in the Twin Cities area to provide the Metropolitan Council with an updated comprehensive plan every 10 years. The comp plan must be consistent with the Metropolitan Council's Regional Development Guide, Thrive MSP 2040, that sets the direction for the region's growth and development. Local communities are served by regional systems planned by the Metropolitan Council, including housing, transportation, wastewater collection and treatment, and regional parks. The revised plan is a product of a thoughtful 2-year effort and integrates more than 18,000 public comments collected during the last 2 years of the community engagement period. This feedback made the plan stronger and more reflective of the community's values, and you can read more about that at the plan website. The final draft was released in fall of 2018 for consideration by the Planning Commission and City Council. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on Monday, October 29th, and they did recommend that the City Council approve the plan on an 8-to-1 vote. Additional public comments can be submitted through the clerk's office and can be found online on the website. And tonight, the City Council will hear comments on the comprehensive plan and then do a final markup of the plan on Monday, November 26th. And finally, while Minneapolis 2040 is intended to meet the requirements of the state statute and the Metropolitan Council, the plan also has particular significance for Minneapolis in a time of population and employment growth. The city will use this plan to guide decision-making that affects the long-term future of our city as it relates to the built, natural, and economic environment. And with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. So with that, we will go ahead and begin the public hearing. Before that, I actually do want to just take a moment in case people have to leave to give you what will happen after tonight. So after this meeting, we will have a special meeting of our Committee of the Whole on Monday, November 26th, starting at 10 a.m. in this chamber. And that will allow us as council members to propose amendments that we can consider to the plan. So council offices are working on their amendments now, and I know that will be informed by what we hear from all of you tonight, as well as all of the public engagement that has happened up until now. And then after that, we will have a second session as available, an agenda item on our regular Committee of the Whole meeting on Wednesday, December 5th. That begins at 1:30 p.m. in this chamber as well, and that will be an agenda item related to the comp plan that will allow us to finalize any changes, and then that will be adopted. The plan will be adopted on our last meeting, which is Friday, December 7th at 9:30 a.m. So that is the plan. With that, I will go ahead and proceed to the public hearing. We will take speakers in the order they're registered. So again, if you haven't signed in, please do so at the registration table. We'll give each speaker 2 minutes, and we ask that you be respectful of each other and try to stick to that time limit. So we'll be giving you reminders about how the time is going as you speak. And I also just want to note that I know that folks are so very passionate about the places that they live and about the future of our city. And we've all spent a lot of time in our neighborhoods and with our neighbors as each individual ward council member and with each other talking about the different contexts and the different needs in each of our wards. So just ask that you keep that in mind, that we are all coming from a different lens and different life experiences, and to just be respectful of the opinions that we all will hear from each other tonight. And I appreciate so much all of the time that people have put in up until to now and going forward. With that, I'll invite the first speaker to come up, and that is Kathleen Cole. And then speakers 2, 3, and 4 can kind of get ready to speak after this.
Hi. I wrote this down because I'm too nervous to speak freely. So I'm here today because I support the adoption of the Minneapolis 2040 Comprehensive Plan. If I had more than a couple of minutes, I would tell you all the reasons I support the plan. Very briefly, I think it takes seriously the important crises that we face as a city. We need to take action to eliminate our appalling racial disparities in the city. We have to take action to address the climate crisis, and we must make a city that lifts up and supports the economically vulnerable among us. I believe that the comp plan takes seriously all of these issues and calls for important interventions in this area. I think other people will speak to the merits of the comp plan today, so with the rest of my time, I want to talk to you as a political scientist. One of the things that we know from the political science literature is that public hearings are not a good way to determine what the people actually want. This process favors more educated people who will be better equipped to read policy documents and feel confident enough to speak publicly. It favors wealthier people who have leisure time to get involved on these issues, and it favors older people who have had more time to build connections that give them access and influence in this process and who don't have to devote their time and attention to work and young children. This process favors people who are privileged, and you're going to hear a lot from a lot of people today who are not representative of our city. They are older, wealthier, and a whole lot whiter than the people of our city. And so I'm here today because I want to remind you that the comp plan is something you should support of what it does for the people who can't be in the room with us today. Many of the people you will hear from today are insulated from the negative effects of the crises we face. They are homeowners who are not impacted by the severe shortage of affordable housing. They are wealthier folks who don't depend on transit. And they are people who don't have to take seriously the climate crisis because their wealth insulates them from the consequences of climate change that we are already experiencing. I'm asking you to please remember those who are most affected and most vulnerable when you make your decision. The Minneapolis 2040 plan is an opportunity to put racial justice, climate justice, economic justice, and generational justice at the center of Minneapolis policy for decades to come. I support the Minneapolis 2040 plan, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 2, Ellen, and then Maria, and then Ann.
Hello, everybody. I'm Ellen Omscheid. And Kristen, I'm glad you brought up that this isn't the right forum. That's pretty much what I'm angry about here, the lack of transparency with this plan. I found out about it through the grapevine, and I am one of the people that have been visiting every ward talking about this comp plan, and nobody knows about this. Nobody knows about this, and I've had discussions with Mayor Fry. He thinks everybody knows about it, but they don't. And Councilmember Bender, I'm told that a council person brought up sending a mailer to the residents, and you said, no, we don't need to do that. I got a 7-page brochure telling me where to park when it snows too much, and another little stuffer in my water bill telling me when you're going to pick up my leaves, and something this radical, you do not notify me. I'm very upset by this lack of transparency, and what I'm seeing from the first draft to the second draft is no compromise either. It is, I want to just remind you as we start this meeting, this is from the City of Minneapolis website. Most people understand that council members are elected policymakers, but council members are first and foremost elected to represent their constituents. This is also a core principle of a community engagement from the City of Minneapolis website. Number 1, the right to be involved. Public participation is based on the belief that those who are affected by a decision have a right to be involved in the decision-making process. We are not involved in the decision-making process. And I'll tell you what community engagement is not. It's not your tweet, Councilman Cunningham. You wrote.
I'll just ask that.
You wrote people from Southwest actually. People from Southwest actually have the audacity to be flooding CM's inboxes with "Stop the 2040 Plan." You also said, Southwest folks, do us all a favor and do not show up at the comp plan public hearing and say this to the North Side CM's faces, because I'm doing it. And say this to the faces, or else we're going to have some words. Spread the word to your book club. Let me add, have some words. I don't belong to a book club. I took a half a day off to get here. I'm not independently wealthy. So please stop tweeting your opinions here. You are an elected official.
Thank you for your comments. I just want to, and we will not, we'll ask for folks to, so I'm going to pause for a second. So we'll give you your full time. I just want to give some reminders, and you feel free to stand there. I want to just ask speakers to please address the body as a whole. Out of respect for each of us as colleagues. And I also just want to ask folks to refrain from clapping and cheering, because just for the atmosphere that it helps create of respectful listening to each speaker. And then with that, I want to invite the next speaker up. And also, I don't want people to be stressed out about the time, the 2 minutes. We'll try to stick to that, but you know, we want to hear from you. So it's really a guide. I'll just make sure that we're not going way over so that we have time for everyone to speak.
Okay. My name is Lucila Montaras, and I live at 1816 Irving Avenue South. Our family moved to Minnesota 20 years ago, and we bought an old house in Minneapolis. We wanted a diverse community and to be close to the university so that my husband could ride his bike to work. Over the years, we updated our house. We put every spare penny into it, and it was a good investment. We're now using the equity to pay college tuition. But more important than the financial gain has been the personal gain. We have wonderful neighbors. We're all different in our block. We have Black families, white families, Latino families, Jewish, Christians, progressives, conservatives. But we have more in common than we have differences. We all want a safe community where our children could grow. We have block parties in the summer. We have winter holiday parties in the winter. We have, when somebody's out of town, we shovel their sidewalks, we mow their lawns. When I got sick and I had to do chemo, my neighbors stepped in. They drove our son to soccer practices, they took my dog to walk, they brought food, etc. I am sure that this is not unique to my block. Most people in this room can probably tell similar stories about their communities, and this is what makes Minneapolis such a great place to live. There is a balance between the privacy of the single-family home and the small distance that separates our houses that still allows us to create a community. I don't understand why you want to mess with it. On National Nights Out, I walked my neighborhood. In most of the blocks with single-family houses or owner-occupied duplexes, the streets were filled with neighbors socializing. In the blocks with multifamily units, the streets were empty. Is this what the city council wants? Empty streets? No community engagement so you can steer us to a different place from where we want to be? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Anne. Speaker number 4, Anne Fiked. And then speaker number 5 is Stu, 6, Michelle, 7, Clyde. Okay.
Hi. I guess that I'm generally opposed to the 2040 plan. I want to talk about that it seems like it's just not very well processed, that if you were really interested in opportunities when you're considering the plan, that you would be looking at largely large privately held land such as the Minnetonka Country Club, which sits in southwest Minneapolis and could accommodate probably thousands of housing units. It's also on France, Excelsior, and on the Parkway. It just seems to me that that piece of property serves only a few people, and yet when we're looking at going into neighborhoods across the city and tearing down houses and putting up larger structures, that you could basically have everything that you say you want in one place, and you could control it, and developers wouldn't be controlling it. I just would like people to consider the vacant land or the land that's being used for purposes like an 18-hole golf course right in the middle of the city and in the middle of a neighborhood that everyone seems to think would be a great place to live among other neighborhoods. I don't understand why it's not part of the consideration of how would you get that property. I also think that if you want to talk about bringing equity to the city, housing, and employment opportunities through housing location, that you really need to include places like Minnetonka Country Club. I want to say that if the 2040 proceeds without more changes, that I certainly would like to see that these structures are limited to sizes which fit reasonably into the neighborhood integrity, that urban forests are fully preserved, including by the site, because all the drawings and everything you have put out, they don't have any more trees. They're all gone. And part of our community is our green space, off-street parking for every unit, and building sites meeting current green space code for rain and snow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have speaker number 5, Stu, then Michelle and Clyde.
Hi, my name is Stu Henry. I live at 48th and Garfield in Ward 11. I am speaking in favor of the 24 plan, and full disclosure, I will be 77 years old in 2040. I am a volunteer with Minnesota 350, which is actively fighting for climate justice throughout Minnesota. At the PUC and legislatures and at protests across the state, we have come out strongly against Enbridge Line 3 pipeline. And part of the Coalition for Clean Transportation, we have helped convince Metro Transit to cancel orders on 131 diesel buses and increase clean electric buses on our streets. Before I continue, I would like to note that the rising human costs of California's Camp Fire serves as yet another reminder of the time to act boldly on climate change is now. Minnesota 350 supports the 2040 plan goals of density desegregation and improved transit options. We also find it laudable that early input was sought from communities directly affected by economic, racial, and climate injustice. Minnesota 350 strongly supports the policies that prioritize transit, biking, and walking over automobiles. Transportation is the largest source of greenhouse gases in this country, and most of that is from cars and trucks. If we are going to slow global warming, people are going to have to drive less. We recognize that there's a need to influence policy and budgets at Metro Transit, but we cannot continue to enable more automobile driving by guaranteeing everyone a convenient place to park. Minnesota 350 also supports the zoning changes that allow for multiple unit housing. These changes are necessary, although not sufficient, to create more affordable housing. We would like to see zoning changes coupled with strong protections for tenants, such as a tenant bill of rights, as well as with housing models used in other countries, such as tenant co-ops. Minnesota 350 looks forward to working with the city to make this bold, progressive vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, then Clyde, then Sebastian.
Thank you, Council. My name is Michelle Thielen. I support this plan with improvements. I live near Minnehaha Falls, and we've all seen a huge increase in single-family homes demolished with cookie-cutter single-family McMansions built in their place. Online, a large majority of feedback on this plan oppose fourplex units in neighborhoods. We must find a smart solution to increase affordable housing with climate-friendly transit options. I support parts of the plan that increase affordable housing, to prioritize climate-friendly mass transit, walking and driving over automobile trips. I see room for improvements in this plan. Number one, we need stronger language to ensure smart solutions to affordable housing. 2, measurable targets for greenhouse gas reductions regarding transit and automobiles, buses, and elimination of any language that prioritizes natural gas as an energy source. Minneapolis can be a leader in a sustainable future with the climate crisis that is facing us. Please listen to us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Clyde, then Sebastian, then James, then Janet.
My name is Clyde Reber. I go by Jake. I'm against the zoning part of these plans the way it currently stands. There's absolutely nothing written into this plan that I could find that ensures affordable housing. Affordable housing can be accomplished under the current zoning laws. Multiple housing can be built in all areas of the city under the current zoning laws. The only difference is the developer needs to get permission from the zoning board. The Planning Commission approved more than 80 amendments to the plan, including making parts more accessible, several amendments regarding curb cuts, lighting, safety measures for bicycles and pedestrians. Yet not one single one addressing the need to ensure affordable housing. Recently, I observed a commercial on a local television station regarding a growing opportunity in the city of Minneapolis for real estate investment. They were advertising investment opportunities for multiple family units in Minneapolis. This plan is written only to benefit investors and builders. On Sunday, last Sunday, the 11th, Channel 9 had a feature How investment funds scoop up affordable housing on the north side. If you haven't seen this, please take a moment to look at it. This area needs affordable housing stock, as does the rest. These investment companies are buying up the homes and charging over $1,500 a month in rent. How is that affordable? Nothing in this plan regulates against investors creating multifamily homes in our area and charging top dollar. Builders, investors are not in the feel-good business. They're in the business of profit making. That's why they're investors. They need to turn a profit for New York, for Wall Street. I ask that you hold off on the plan, change the zoning laws, so this isn't overtaken by the builders in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian, then James, then Janet. Those are speakers 8, 9, and 10.
Madam Chair, council members, my name is Sebastian Rivera. I'm a Northsider, and I'm here representing the Equity in Place table. Equity in Place is a diverse group of strategic partners from multiple organizations that are led by people of color and housing advocacy organizations that believe that everyone in the Twin Cities deserve to live wherever they want and deserve to have access to equal opportunities. Equity in Place believes that the city of Minneapolis should influence the planning and investment process in order to ensure that communities of color and underserved communities are no further displaced. The 2040 comp plan should ensure that regional planners acknowledge the role of institutional racism in current and historical development. We can only do the, I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Currently, the process around the development project leaves communities of color and underserved communities with few tools and able to be able to work with developers to create an outcome of proper infrastructure and to meet the existing communities' members' needs. In the case of development projects that displace existing residents and businesses or contribute the further displacement of these communities, it's important that the community must have the ability to be a level partner in negotiating with the developers. In the process of reviewing the development that will require any city action, including zoning, various changes for approval, the city should require that development to work with the community-based organizations. I guess in conclusion, the city, if the city is to take the displacement and gentrification pressure serious, then creating more ways for the communities to be able to review and work with development to alter potential damaging projects is a necessary step. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have James and then Janet.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. My name is James Bielke. I live at 222 2nd Street Southeast. I'm speaking for myself and also on behalf of my union, SEIU Healthcare Minnesota, both in support of the plan. I just transitioned from a single-family home to a multi-family living, and I'm experiencing firsthand how these transitions happen, and realizing that community exists in all areas of our city. They're just different. And I think the 2040 plan is clearly opening up conversations about who we are and what we want to be as a city. I see the plan as offering the tools necessary to make us a better city, to be less exclusionary, and to look forward into what we want to be. On behalf of SEIU Healthcare, which is a member of the SEIU State Council, we sent you a letter on November 9th and forwarded to you a resolution in support of greater urban housing density. Please note the specific reference in our support for the original fourplex language in the Minneapolis 2040 plan While the local is disappointed in the more recent changes, we continue to support the plan and encourage a yes vote from the council. As we testified before the Planning Commission, building more housing in Minneapolis is a pro-labor initiative. SEIU members, SEIU healthcare members want to live in Minneapolis near the jobs at places like Abbott Northwestern, Children's, the M Health hospitals with Fairview, Fairview Ebenezer, Health Partners, Riverside Clinic, or the thousands of homes that are served by our PCAs. But high rents and modest pay have forced them to move to distant suburbs like Brooklyn Park, Bloomington, or Maple Grove. This is bad for their pocketbooks, bad for the planet, bad for their planet, for their family life. These additional commutes are a disaster for them economically and in terms of time. We must also honestly recognize how zoning has been a critical tool to promote racial segregation in housing. The city drives up the cost of housing by restricting the right of workers to build the kind of housing they can afford. The lack of housing supply drives up costs for everyone. Until the city makes it legal to build homes for everyone who wants to live in Minneapolis, workers will still suffer from high housing costs, lost time from their families, worsening residential segregation, and a growing planetary catastrophe. Please vote yes on the Minneapolis 2040 plan.
Thank you. We have then Janet, and then speakers 11, 12, and 13 will be next. That's Wendy, Ann, and Thomas.
So I have an image that I'd like to put up. Is that?
Yep. If you put it on the white screen, yeah.
Sorry, I mean, it's not a political statement.
Yeah, it'd be better to.
It's showing a development.
I guess it's Minneapolis. What are we gonna do?
I wasn't thinking of that when I took the picture. Anyway. So this is to illustrate the point that I want to talk about tonight, which is about building setbacks. My name is Janet Dre. I live at 28th and Colfax in the Wedge area. I'm a former renter, current homeowner, the area known as the Wedge, which has seen significant development over the last 10 years. My primary concern with the proposed 2040 plan is the environmental impact it will have citywide, due to what seems to be a disregard for balance between densification and more living units and the need for green space for people, wildlife, and plant life. Our world-renowned parks and lakes are only a fraction of the green spaces in our city. The green boulevards, tree canopy, and the green spaces on most every lot in the city provide necessary relief from asphalt and concrete for people, critical habitat for migratory species. The 2040 plan should prioritize the green habitat, emphasize and incentivize green building principles such as green roofs, native planting, water and energy efficiency, and especially should maintain building setbacks for front yard, backyard, and side yard green space. The 2040 plan need not sacrifice our essential green spaces for the sake of densification. We can preserve and protect green space at the same time as building density. According to the 2040 plan, existing building setbacks would be eliminated. Eliminating setbacks would have detrimental impacts such as increasing hard surfaces rooftop area resulting in greater quantity of stormwater runoff, increased velocity of stormwater runoff, potential for increased flooding and pollution of our lakes, decreased green space resulting in less filtration of pollutants and limited recharge of our groundwater aquifers, loss of habitat for wildlife and plants, and loss of places for socialization, renewal, and relaxation. Removing setbacks is being driven in part by developers' desire to maximize building square footage and therefore maximize profit. As City Council members, you must choose the long-term health and vitality of our city and its green spaces over the profit of short-term investors and developers. You must change the 2040 plan to maintain building setbacks. And again, in this photograph, it shows you the setback. Okay, this is on Lyndale Avenue. If anywhere you could push things out, that's cool, but not in the interior neighborhoods. I don't think this is appropriate for the interior neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Wendy, then Ann, then Thomas.
Hello, I'm Wendy Hahn. I am co-founder of Minnesota Citizens for the Protection of Migratory Birds. Thank you very much for taking input from environmental groups who can help you to mitigate the negative impact of future growth on our natural habitat. We do oppose the plan in its current form. I would like to speak to policies 6 and 68 of the plan that address new buildings. Policy 6, pedestrian-oriented buildings and site design. A recent study estimated that up to 1 billion birds may be killed annually by building collisions in the United States, and that migratory birds are at particular risk. Requiring the use of windows in buildings, particularly at the pedestrian level, increases the risk of bird glass collisions, which occur most often in the first 40 to 60 feet of a building. Requiring bird-safe glass will reduce this risk, as well as add to the energy efficiency of the buildings. Please add an action step that amends the zoning code to require that all new construction use bird-safe glass. Policy 68, energy efficient and sustainable buildings. Bird-safe glass is an important component of sustainable design and should be required in every city-supported building. Bird-safe glass has the added advantage of being energy efficient. Please amend Step D as follows. Require sustainable design practices and principles for projects supported with city financing, and require environmentally friendly building treatments, including bird-safe glass. Population growth is inevitable, and Minneapolis will be a climate change destination city because of our parks, lakes, and rivers. Our city is known the world over for being a major migratory bird flyway. We must play our special role in the protection of these birds. We do not want to be known the world over for creating bird death traps. So please consider the birds in the plan and put it in the writing. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we have Ann, then Thomas, then Jane.
Madam Chair and council members, I'm Ann Laughlin, 4804 Dowling Street in the 12th Ward, and I'm with the Audubon chapter of Minneapolis, so you're going to hear more bird stuff now. I oppose the 2040 plan primarily for 3 reasons. First, it doesn't protect green space. Instead of emphasizing green building and wildlife and pollinator habitat, it destroys natural areas and it reduces water quality by increasing pavement and other hard surfaces and pushing buildings to the edge of lot lines. Second, the proposed development along the Mississippi River and lakes will destroy critically important habitat for migratory birds, pollinators, and other wildlife. The plan eliminates the Shoreland Overlay District Ordinance, which currently limits the height of buildings within 1,000 feet of city shoreland to 35 feet. Please revise the plan to explicitly acknowledge the application of the Shoreland Overlay Ordinance so that land is protected from inappropriate development in the Mississippi Flyway, one of 4 major North American bird flyways, and the chain of lakes important bird area. Third, after the Planning Commission rubber stamped the plan last month, Commissioner Nick Magrino commented on Twitter, "We've got the bird stuff. It's in there. It's in there." I believe that the bird stuff he refers to is Policy 70, Ecology and Habitat, Step I, which reads as follows: encourage and require use of bird-safe glass and other building materials and features that are not detrimental to natural ecologies where appropriate. What does this gobbledygook even mean? This doesn't make any sense. So we would ask you to amend the Step I in Policy 70 to read as follows: require the use of bird-safe glass and other building materials and features that protect wildlife and enhance natural ecologies. And then please pass an ordinance that requires bird-safe glass in all new construction in Minneapolis. That would be a start toward doing the bird stuff. Finally, in order to adequately consider all the effects of the plan, I believe the City Council needs to conduct an environmental assessment of this plan before you move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas, then Jane, then Keith. Okay. Both Thomas and Jane. That brings us to speaker 15, which is Keith, then Andrew, then Barbara.
Thank you for the time here today. My name's Keith Williams, and Minneapolis is a singular, vibrant city that I'm always going to be really proud to call home. But like many others, I'm not from here originally. I moved from someplace else for work, specifically from Southeast Michigan. Back in Michigan, homeownership is something to be proud of. It's a goal that people strive towards. It's also a real struggle. I have friends and family that have lost home to foreclosure, can't drink their tap water, and are currently homeless. Lately here in our wonderfully progressive city, Homeownership has been described in less than flattering ways, mostly since the introduction of this comp plan. There's talk of a red sign brigade, and we have people seeing shirt color rather than individuals. This plan and the actions of the city have been overtly and unnecessarily divisive. I'm asking that council members change this plan so that it can be a unifying force for our city, not the topic that tears us apart block by block. Growing up in Metro Detroit, policy and politics were used to turn communities against each other. Specifically, this was done with great efficacy in turning working middle-class families against the poor, resulting in massive urban sprawl, proliferation of firearms, racism, and highly segregated communities with failing infrastructure and struggling schools. I'm horrified to see our city leadership using the same tactics as those politicians that destroyed the area I grew up in. Please stop using stereotyping and an us versus them narrative when setting city policy. Please encourage equal citizen engagement from all areas of the city. Please give us more factual, data-based plans to achieve critical goals instead of aspirations and wishful thinking. Our city, our families, and our future depend on it. I'm somebody that loves our vibrant city. I vote Democratic. I'm pro-diversity, pro-choice, pro-public schools, pro-environment, and I want to see all my neighbors succeed, not just the ones that live on my block. I also happen to live in Southwest. If you think that my family and people like me are part of the problem, that we're somehow enemies, then you will vote yes today. However, if you believe we could be allies and work together to achieve the goals of this plan, then you will vote no and allow more time to develop this 2040 plan that will unite and bring us together rather than divide us. I urge council members to vote their conscience, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Andrew, then Barbara, then Emily Wade, then Emily Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council, for having this meeting tonight. My name is Andrew Degerstrom. My address is 2849 Irving Avenue South in the East Isles neighborhood. I just want to start by thanking Ms. Worthington and her entire planning staff for the work they have done so far, providing clear and accurate information to residents for several years now at countless meetings, and also Ms. Worthington, who has attended countless more meetings not organized by the city. I want to talk a little bit about transit and land use. The Metropolitan Council defines transit-oriented development as walkable, moderate to high-density development served by frequent transit with a mix of housing, retail, and employment choices designed to allow people to live and work without the need of a personal automobile. The city of Minneapolis developed around, no, not the Model T, but the streetcar, and thus many neighborhoods are historically transit-oriented. However, it is vital that we continue to improve our transit system and increase the number of people and destinations that are within proximity to transit. That is why I am very encouraged by the policies in the comp plan about transit and development. I'd like to see the plan go a little further with development along transit corridors, including language about minimum development densities and parking maximums. However, I am very encouraged by policies in the plan that call for partnering with Metro Transit and other entities to improve transit in the city. As a city, we need to be proactive and be a leader on transit improvements, not a passive observer. The city of Seattle is a great example of how this can be done. Overall, I am very supportive of the 2040 plan and hope that you, Madam President, and members of the City Council support it as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Barbara, then Emily.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Barbara Draper. My comments on the plan center on climate change issues. The plan contains many good ideas, but it lacks backbone, sharpness, and timelines. The climate actions begin with words like encourage and pursue, and never use words like will require such and such by a given date. Here are two examples, and this flows throughout all of the actions. One is encourage sustainable design practices. Encourage is a wishy-washy word. I see all the buildings going up in the city. They are not required to be built to up-to-date sustainable design practices. So why in this action aren't you requiring instead of encouraging that they meet best standards? If building design standards are set by the state, take action to change this, or tell builders you will prioritize action on all building projects that meets best energy design practices, and so on. You are not helpless against developers who want to build, make their profit, and leave the city to deal with climate issues. Say instead in this action that you will require, not encourage, sustainable design practices. Example 2, action step F says it will transition both public and private vehicle fleets to zero emissions technology. The 2040 plan covers 22 years. When will the fleet convert to zero emissions? In 2035? Here is how an action step could and should read. 20% of the public fleet will be converted to electric each year starting 2019. That is how an action step should read. What we have here is vision, not action steps. We have indefinite hopes and wishes, all couched in words like encourage and pursue. Pursue like a dog chasing a car and never catching it. The climate section of the plan needs backbone. It needs timeline. It needs force. It needs prioritizing. There are other ideas the plan could include to reduce carbon emissions, a carbon fee and dividend. The city could be a third-party guarantee on 25-year contracts for community solar. It could put a tax on gas furnaces and stoves. Either you are going to meet 80% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2050, or you are going to, fingers crossed, hope you do. Let's beef up this plan, step out on a limb, say things you will do and when. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Wade, then Emily Anderson, then Blue.
Hi, I'm Emily Wade, and I live at 6 East 25th Street. I'm here representing both myself and Our Streets Minneapolis. Our Streets Minneapolis is a local organization that works for a city where biking, walking, and rolling are easy and comfortable for everyone. We do this work because we know that when people bike and walk more, people are happier and more connected, our environment is healthier, and our economy is stronger. At Our Streets, we support the goals and priorities shaping the plan. Personally, I support Minneapolis 2040 because I think everyone in our city should have access to groceries, medical treatment, jobs, schools, and green spaces. And I think folks shouldn't have to have a car to feel comfortable getting to those places. Now I'd like to share a few comments with you from Our Streets Minneapolis. First, we'd like to share our support for the focus on more homes in complete neighborhoods. We'd also like to thank you for including improved winter sidewalk maintenance as part of the plan, so folks can get around those neighborhoods all year round. We're excited that Minneapolis 2040 puts forward a vision for a transportation network that prioritizes walking, biking, and transit. We hope the council will accept the Planning Commission's amendment to include greenways and protected bikeways in the plan. And we hope the forthcoming Transportation Action Plan will go further to prioritize active transportation rather than reinforcing our autofocus system and merely incorporating walking, biking, and transit into that system. To put walking, biking, and transit first, we need to shift how much space we as a city designate for cars and parking. We need our public spaces to put people first. We're excited that the 2040 plan puts forward a vision that does just that. Because as long as our public space is primarily reserved for cars, folks walking, biking, and taking transit will continue to be pushed to the sidelines in a system where the least vulnerable road users take up the most space. Thank you for supporting a strong comp plan.
Thank you. Emily Anderson, then Blue. Then that will bring us to speaker 21 and 22.
Madam President, members of the council, my name is Emily Anderson and I reside at 900 Washington Avenue Southeast. I am currently an undergraduate student at the University of Minnesota, double majoring in urban studies and political science. So I'm greatly interested in this plan from an academic standpoint, but beyond that, I am interested as someone who wants to be a lifelong resident of Minneapolis. I grew up in the Twin Cities region, but I have fallen in love with Minneapolis, as many people in this room would attest to as well. It is inspiring to hear stories of residents who have lived in Minneapolis for decades in a single-family home, but unfortunately, I do not see the same reality in my future. According to the Star Tribune, a $238,000 home in Minneapolis in 2006 is now worth $285,000 today. That's a 20% increase in 10 years. Additionally, I face higher costs for education than previous generations. The average college student has $37,000 worth of student loan debt today, and tuition at public colleges has increased by 73% on average from 1999 to 2009. The world is not the same anymore, and single-family housing cannot be the norm because it is no longer economically feasible. With social mobility declining and economic inequality increasing, especially racially, to maintain a diversified workforce to sustain our local, regional, and state economy, it is necessary to diversify the housing stock throughout the entire city to accommodate changing economic trends. This plan addresses the current economic reality for the next generation of Minneapolis residents, providing astute and necessary measures in terms of transportation, housing, and climate change. And it is in line with the current planning thought and theory that I'm learning about in my classes from top professionals in the field. To the city planning staff, I commend you for creating such an excellent comprehensive plan and for considering the needs of future generations. I am 19 years old now, but I will be 41 in 2040, and through the implementation of this plan, I feel hopeful about being able to stay in Minneapolis for my entire life, just like many people in this room and speaking tonight have been able to. Please consider voting in favor of the Minneapolis 2040 Comprehensive Plan. While there may not be many young people here today, please remember us in your decision, as we are the people this plan is for. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Blue, then Joshua, then Dudley.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Blue Delaquani. I live in Ward 10. I will begin my testimony by admitting that I am dismayed by how renters have been characterized in the last few sessions. I should also say I am in support of the plan. I'm a renter who was recently elected to the South Uptown Neighborhood Association. I volunteer at the local school. I know my mailman and super by name. I'm 28 years old. I will never be able to afford the single-family homes in my neighborhood. I simply won't. The policies that were as far-reaching in the 70s as the one that we are considering now led to a shortage in housing that pushed a formerly affordable option out of reach for young families and residents vulnerable to gentrification. I'm only a few rent hikes away from being priced out of the neighborhood that I was elected to serve. And stories like that are ones that we have heard in several neighborhoods and wards across the city. We're facing housing and environmental crisis in Minneapolis, and it's no longer appropriate to fuss over a neighborhood's character when new residents aren't able to stick around long enough to build their own character. We cannot stand in the way of an initiative designed to prevent rampant sprawl, go home to tend to the single apple tree in our backyards, and think that we have done enough. The circumstances of 2018 leading up to 2040 call for ambitious collective action that will provide all Minneapolis residents with affordable, safe, and dignified housing, and we must start today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joshua, then Dudley, then Signe, then Henry.
Good evening, council members. My name is Joshua Hodak. I live at 2820 37th Avenue South. I support the Minneapolis 2040 plan. I support it because climate change is the issue of our time, of our collective generations. I'm proud that our city has a strong climate action plan. I brought a early copy of it. Maybe you can see that. How we build our cities has a profound effect on how we combat the impacts of climate change. An essential strategy for reducing urban-related carbon emissions is supporting compact, mixed-use communities and land uses that prioritize walking, biking, or transit to meet daily needs. Inclusive communities increase equity, they save money for individuals, families, and governments. They improve public health, enhance quality of life, and reduce emissions and other pollution. My main theme tonight is that housing diversity and density is green. To mitigate the primary drivers of climate change and prepare for the impacts, I've been working with colleagues across the country to develop a national urban development framework. Here are some of the main points. Development should be located within or connected to existing communities and neighborhoods. The 2040 plan does this. New development should be dense and linked together by walking, biking, and public transit infrastructure and connections. The 2040 plan promotes this. Development served by transit, shared transportation, and public infrastructure should be zoned for dense, multifamily, mixed-use development in order to reduce emissions and waste. The 2040 plan does this. I'll summarize by saying that every neighborhood needs more housing diversity. Past land use policies have contributed to racial and economic inequality, which are dividing us. Integrating strong equity and inclusion principles into land use, site design, economic development, and planning are essential to ensure that all Minneapolitans, and I love using that word, succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have speakers 22, 23, and 24, Dudley, Signey, Henry.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to some of my thoughts. I live on 3145 Dean Court. I am a retired teacher. I'm not somebody that has a great deal of wealth. I've worked every bit as hard as anybody else has for what I have. That means where I live. And I had to tell you this, I have been concerned about the fact that because I oppose certain aspects of the 2040 plan, that I've been referred to as a racist, as a person who's out of touch with other people's needs. Venture back with me to 1965, when you were one of the people who opposed Vietnam. It wasn't pretty. So I continue. I would like to say that high density does not necessarily mean diversity. I think what happens is that's kind of fool's gold. I live in the Lake, excuse me, I live in Lake Street, Excelsior area, and right now, the population in that area is, I think, at a max. Already, 2 new high-rises are going up, and there are 3 proposed in the 2040 plan that will be, excuse me, that will be over 30 stories high. You know, the other thing that I'm concerned about is this doesn't really talk about the infrastructure of what will guide our city. We haven't done a lot, there hasn't been a lot done for that. And I think people need to step up and say something about that. We need more green space, and right now, I live, and we all enjoy, the chain of lakes. With the proposed buildings that are going up and with all the new hard space that's going to be with that, runoff is going to kill one of the pearls of our city. It's just enough. You want to talk about environment, that's what's happening there. I would really like you to consider taking a look at the total plan. I would like you to consider everybody that's involved. This is not a race. Let's get it right. And take your time and come up with a plan that supports and is good for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Signey, then Henry, then Yana, then Russ.
Hello. My name is Signa Diskin, 4838 Colfax Avenue South. I'm opposed to the 2040 plan as it stands now. My husband and I are long-term residents of Minneapolis. I'm concerned in part about a toxic atmosphere developing in the city of Minneapolis. Some members of the city's leadership seem to be itching to fight with residents who object to the 2040 plan. Insults and shaming from city leaders are hardly the way to foster a well-functioning city. Residents have valid objections and concerns about the Minneapolis 2040 plan. Upzoning the entire city is truly shocking. No wonder longtime residents are upset. They want a meaningful role in the future of the city and of the neighborhoods where they live much of their lives. One aspect of the plan that is unrealistic and a huge problem, I think, is the issue of cars, traffic, and parking. We remain, unfortunately, a city dependent on cars. We are not New York City. Our public transit system cannot get people where they need to go. 5 months of winter weather makes biking very difficult. The elderly, the disabled, and families with children will not be biking everywhere and are mostly dependent on cars. Trudging through snow carrying loads of groceries is difficult to impossible for many. Electric cars may soon provide a way out of the dilemma of air pollution from cars. It would help if the city would help with charging stations everywhere. I think many people would move to electric cars if they could. Any new housing built through upzoning under the 2040 plan must be required to provide parking for its residents. We cannot count on profit-driven developers to provide parking unless required to. A Minneapolis without cars, where everyone bikes or takes transit everywhere, is a dream. But the reality is we need parking for the increased density proposed in the 2040 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry, then Yana, then Russ.
Hi. Good evening. Thanks for letting me speak. My parents, I should say before, my name's Henry Newhouse. I live at 4500 Wentworth Avenue South. I'm in mostly support of the plan. So my parents bought one of those starter homes back in the early 90s before I was born for a little over $70,000. It's worth now a little under $500,000. Those starter homes don't really exist anymore. My generation has to depend because my parents' generation bought them all up and fixed them up because they were told that was how you'd be able to retire. At its root, this is a class issue. The most vocal opponents of the 2040 plan right now are mostly people like my parents that bought that home and fixed it up, thought they were going to live in it until they retired, and saw that as their retirement plan. My generation doesn't have that option. We have to find somewhere we can rent now so that we have somewhere to live. And it's an issue that needs to be treated as not just a class issue, but because of how class is tied to everything in our country and to a lesser extent around the world. It's not just a class issue, it's an issue of race, it's an issue of, so the plan right now doesn't necessarily make the market more equitable. The market needs to be forced to be more equitable. I support the plan because it allows us to do that. I want to see us not think about whether we should upzone, but what we can do with that upzoning. We have a market that doesn't really work right now. We do have, however, a great public housing program in the city that we could expand. We have cooperatives that, if given the opportunity, more people could form those cooperatives and not be renters, but their own landlords, and elect their own landlords as well. These are things that we haven't really been able to talk about because the conversation has been monopolized by those people like my parents who are trying to protect their investment, understandably, but are leaving the rest of us without any sort of opportunity. So thank you for your time, and I hope you will support the 2040 plan and start thinking about what you're going to do with it afterwards.
Thank you. Yana, then Russ, then Gail, then Colleen.
My name is Yana Flisserand. I live at 2112 DuPont Avenue South. So I want to thank all of you for hosting the most accessible and open comprehensive planning process that this city has probably ever seen. And it's had some of the most inclusive meetings and has engaged people much more diverse than are here at this meeting tonight. This plan is better for that engagement, and it is a necessary first step, but it's insufficient to achieving the vision that's set out in Minneapolis 2040. Now, Minneapolis faces huge challenges. We have some of the worst racial disparities in the United States, and we're facing a changing climate. We both need to do our part to address it and also to plan for the changes that are coming our way. Minneapolis 2040 addresses these by making space for more people and helping people live closer to their jobs and the things they want to get to. That is a great foundation, and again, it is necessary, but not sufficient. Now, I am a neighbor who wants more neighbors. My community is better when there are more people in it. I'm also car-free and have been in Minneapolis for 22 years. I use transit and I bike, and I just want to be able to access the whole city by bus and to be safe when I'm on my bike. This plan is an important first step to supporting the future that we all want for our city. And it is not enough. It must be followed by strong plans like the upcoming Transportation Action Plan, real policies, and serious investments that push further so that we can both achieve the vision that's set out in Minneapolis 2040 and experience that 22 years from now. Thanks again for your time and your work.
Thank you. Russ, then Gail, Colleen, Deb.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Russ Adams. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance for Metropolitan Stability and a proud resident of the Powderhorn Park neighborhood. I want to first congratulate all of you on the federal approval of the Southwest LRT project, in case you hadn't heard. Now let's build some affordable housing there and meet some equitable hiring goals. The equity commitments that are your core values don't begin or end with this particular growth plan. I support the plan and moving it forward because it's a framework, but I think it's a framework that does need tweaks and needs some adjustments. I find myself agreeing with a lot of what folks are saying here, particularly about the community engagement and trying to reach all the populations in a robust conversation about this plan. I agree that Minneapolis should grow its population, and we have the infrastructure to accommodate that. We have for a long time. I also agree that simply building out and up and increasing density isn't going to guarantee you any affordable housing. The most important thing to this plan and all the layers of support systems that you'll pass is intentionality. We have to be intentional about how we're growing. You cannot simply give away upzoning and not ask something from developers. And that's why I was pleased to see that the Planning Commission passed an inclusionary housing policy last night after waiting 5 hours for it to get to the agenda. What is the purpose of the city's growth plan? We are very good as a city, our staff, all of the institutions, at adding more people and businesses and helping developers build. What we're not great at doing is building in a way that guarantees that people can stay in their community and thrive in their community. We have to find a way to do that. I don't have time to point out what could be a major flaw in your unified housing plan tonight. I know that there's a letter that's gone into you about it. The city has to make a firmer commitment to those at the economic margins at 30% of AMI. Your unified housing plan actually has a sentence that would deny operating subsidies for that level. That is very inconsistent and probably a violation of fair housing law. We have to remove that statement. I know a letter's gone into you about that, and I hope we can work with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail, Colleen, and Deb.
Hi, good evening to everyone here, and thanks for letting us talk. My name is Gail Shack, and I live in the Logan Park neighborhood of Northeast Minneapolis. When I almost feel like I have to go off script tonight because from everything I've heard, I'm hearing from a lot of people who are far younger than I am. I'm a senior now, and that surprises me. I didn't expect to get here, but I'm here. And there's not really much in the 2040 plan that's for seniors. And what Russ said, we do want to stay here in our communities. We've built it, and it's a tough one not to, to let go. There is something that I'd like to share with some of the younger folks who may not know about something very important in our recent history, 1992. I would like to suggest that you review the internationally renowned Neighborhood Revitalization Program for perspective on citizen participation. Unlike the 2040 plan, the NRP framers understood that revitalization and livability would best come to the neighborhoods from the bottom up, including stakeholders. Through hundreds of volunteer hours, heated debate, and compromise, Logan Park allocated more than half of our NRP dollars to improve and maintain our workforce housing. That affected positive change for both homeowners and renters alike. Our neighborhood was built for density originally. Half of our housing is duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes occasionally. The rest are single-family homes, and they're coveted. I'll admit to that. We also dedicated NRP funding to champion the arts and culture. Logan Park neighborhood is home to 6 major buildings in the city's nationally acclaimed arts district. The big payoff, the arts community generates more income for the local economy than all the local major league sports combined. I feel that it's unethical to plant seeds of dissent amongst competing groups of people with the false premise that density will solve the affordable housing dilemma. Developers are in the business for profit. Affordable rents are not part of their business model. I would like you to consider one thing, especially around the Arts Committee. I know I'm going over a bit, and I do apologize, but this has to be said. As you consider special designation for the Arts District and cultural corridors, we ask that you strongly consider special protective policy for these cultural assets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleen, and then Deb, and then Jean.
Hello. I'm going to do some math with all of us now because something doesn't add up. The Met Council numbers show that actual population growth from 2010 to 2017 in Minneapolis was 41,000 people. So that's an increase of 10.8%. That's an average of 2,100 new households per year. Guess how many apartment units were delivered in the past 6 years? An average of 4,000 per year. The market has really stepped up to meet demand. In 2018, developers will produce over 5,500 units. Now let's look at the Met Council projections for 2018 through 2040. They are only forecasting 37,000 more people. So think about that. We're adding fewer people in the next 22 years than we added in the past 8 years. When you look at the average number of households being added, it comes out to only 1,029 per year. That's half of what we added annually in the recent past. Let's face it, even the Met Council is projecting the city's growth to slow significantly. So my question is, where is the data to justify upzoning the entire city? Why are we creating blanket zoning to accommodate 1 to 2 million people when we only expect another 37,000 neighbors? Minneapolis's recent growth is dwarfed by what other cities experienced in the same time frame. Seattle was up 19%, but Seattle only upzoned 6% of single-family home neighborhoods, while Minneapolis is proposing 100% upzoning. You can ignore the real data. You can put a zoning plan in that is extreme and unnecessary. You can ignore the majority of residents who oppose this, but you are all elected officials, and you can be unelected.
Thank you. Deb, and then Jean. We're at speaker 29.
Hi, thanks for listening. I'm Deb Brown. I'm on 60th and James. And the reason Southwest Minneapolis is voicing strong opinions about 2040 is because we are the only ones who received a letter from our rep. Thank you, Linnea Palmisano. How interesting that the Minneapolis residents didn't even receive a postcard about a huge rezoning plan or even a note on our water bills, yet we did receive colorful parking brochures and voting information. You did meet with community organizations over the past 2 years, which I'm grateful for, because I think we all agree that we need changes and we need progress in our city, but you didn't really actively engage the residents. Instead, you have been quietly trying to push through a radical corporate-friendly rezoning plan. I've heard economists talk about how this plan just won't work, but you're still in a hurry to push it through, even though thousands are opposing it. Some of you have made angry and false claims to press and on social media that Southwest residents who oppose this plan are rich white people who attend book clubs and have luxury homes. I have four people living in a 3-bedroom Rambler with a 1-car garage in Southwest Minneapolis. I live next to 2-bedroom starter homes, but somehow that's called entitled and rich. I lived in North Minneapolis for 9 years. I was a renter there, and I was really excited when I was finally able to become an actual homeowner in Southwest Minneapolis. You are pushing this through with a hope and it's only a hope that more buildings will magically create affordable housing. But I have not heard anyone able to solidly explain how this will create immediate affordable housing. What is guaranteed is money into the pockets of the developers. So how is that helping the homeless people and people living in poverty? I don't see this as compassionate or helpful at all. In fact, I see it as the opposite. You've chosen not to do an environmental study because it was not required. I'm asking for an environmental study. There's no real proof that this plan will reduce carbon emissions. It could take away green spaces, trees, produce carbon emissions from building equipment. And where will the many tons of materials from teardowns be disposed of? With no assurance that this will produce affordable housing, the huge environmental impact, lack of transparency from the city is the reason I'm just asking you to listen to your residents and extend the process. This process needs to be more thorough, less radical. Let's just slow it down and think this through carefully, because not everyone can be 100% pleased, and we all know that. But let's just come to a better compromise, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean? My new sheet.
Gene Ross, 3624 Bryant Avenue South. I'm against the plan as it currently stands. I want you to imagine you're flying into Minneapolis. Look out over the city. It's a beautiful city. We're a city in a forest. This is not considered or promoted, yet is one of the best defenses for climate change effects and better air quality. We should be looking to the world's best urban planning in Finland, Dubai, and the architect Calatrava's Spanish cities for urban innovation. We need a planning process that emphasizes our forest land and our values of common good, not a commitment to a concept of density to achieve all goals within your plan without finding out whether that will actually happen. We should be committing to the goals and the topics within the plan with an understanding that urban planning requires giving all those topics a serious study in order to review options that interface for the best combinations, as is done in the business plan, to result with the best outcome. Implementation of any physical plan, such as these development corridors or modifications of existing zoning and building codes, should be removed at this time. We need a better and more complete process. The urban planning as a comprehensive look at corridors versus islands of development and all the related factors like needed infrastructure, transportation, green spaces, etc., should be reviewed and options understood. If we present a thoughtful plan, there will more likely be kept intact by the Metropolitan Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We're on speaker number 31, Mike, then Scott, Megan, and Eric. We do have 120 people signed in to speak, so we'll try to I appreciate everyone staying to their time.
Hello, my name is Mike Neaton, 4433 Upton Avenue. I sort of going to be loose about this because I can't hardly read it in my small print. First of all, I just want to say that I think many people are very supportive of the concept behind this. The problem is, I think, that we've got 2 of 3 parts. We've got what I would consider, if it was a business plan, it would be that we have essentially a vision statement. That is what the goals are. Then we have topics, which would be what we would consider a mission statement. That's where we decide what things are the components that are going to go into this. But what we have a problem is that we do not have very much down in terms of what the actual plan is, what the business plan is. So if you went to a bank with this so far, they'd tell you forget it. And the reason is because you have only a little bit of it, and it is not connected to other important parts. So for instance, you are talking about going down all the main corridors. Well, I would like to know if the infrastructure has to be done on those corridors, is that going to be cheaper than if we did what we have seen successful in the city, which is we have islands of development. Now, there are problems with those islands because we haven't put good policies in place for low income or I should say for affordable housing. However, I think that we'd probably all agree that Hiawatha, the North Loop, the Excelsior Grand in St. Louis Park are all pretty successful. Meanwhile, what we're going to do is develop what's in Chicago. And I'd like you to all go visit Southport and in Belmont someday. I've been there just recently, and here's your deal. It looked very much like what we would consider Northeast, working class, ordinary sort of place. Today, there's some cheap houses, about $1.5 million. The others get expensive. They're about $4 million. And this is a neighborhood that I remember, and it's changed radically. And this is, so in other words, having corridors which are going to become walls of high density, very expensive land, and you live next to that, yes, your property is going to be worth a lot more money. And as long as you're cool with the fact that your life should be a commodity, you are going to be forced out because unless you're rich, you cannot live there. And so there is nothing about this that is going to encourage us to be able to have affordable housing at this particular program. It has to do with policies. And what we're doing is nailing down a system of grids that we're going to attach ourselves to, which has absolutely no connection to making it affordable. On top of it, we are going to completely distort what we know as Minneapolis. So I would highly recommend that we move on to having a third part, and that is true urban planning, and I hope we use some very good quality people to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, then Megan, then Eric.
Council President Bender and members of City Council. My name is Scott Schaefer, and I live at 3734 17th Avenue South. It's a duplex I live in with my wife and my daughter. I support the Minneapolis 2040 plan, and I urge you to vote for it. I have three main reasons. First, I believe that everyone who wants to live in Minneapolis should be able to live here. We have a dangerously low vacancy rate, and when there's housing scarcity, poor people lose. And so building more homes is a necessary step toward addressing our affordable housing problem. Second, I believe that no one should be able to exclude neighbors because no one should be able to exclude neighbors by prohibiting more affordable types of buildings. Our zoning, the way that we do zoning in Minneapolis and across the country was developed for racist purposes to control and to segregate people of color, and dismantling that exclusionary zoning is a necessary step toward racial justice. And third, everyone should be able to get to work, school, the grocery store, and parks without having to drive a car. We need taller buildings that are closer together and that are connected by streets that make walking and biking easy and safe and pleasant. Doing this is a necessary step toward reducing climate change and limiting our climate emissions. Again, I urge you to support Minneapolis 2040, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Megan, Eric, Tamara.
Hi, I'm Megan. I'm a Sheridan resident, so Ward 3. I don't want to come out and say I oppose their support, but I do think the plan needs a lot of work. I was at the Planning Commission meeting a few weeks ago and stayed for 88 testimonies. Not one, either in favor or opposed to the 2040 plan, mentioned the Hiawatha encampment. We have a glaring problem, a housing crisis, yes, but one that won't be solved by big developers building luxury apartments. The Wall of Forgotten Natives is a product of the city's approach on housing, and for our working class neighbors, the vacancy rate, like what was mentioned before, for housing they can actually afford is less than 1%. A 23-story luxury high-rise is going up in my Northeast neighborhood, next to a 20-story one with only a handful of their units lit up at night. I drive by them on my way to work, and then I drive by the Wall of Forgotten Natives. Incentivizing luxury developers before prioritizing affordable housing for working people, our neighbors that exist now and are here now and are facing homelessness now, has only benefited developers and the 1%. The city needs to build high-quality, city-owned affordable housing. The 2040 plan needs to include a tenant's bill of rights and rent control. We have 17 Fortune 500 companies in the Twin Cities, yet we still don't have enough affordable housing. Tax the rich and big business to fund it. And to my fellow neighbors listening to this testimony, we need to build a movement to ensure these goals are won and hold our elected officials accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric?
My name's Eric Storley. I live at 3217 Humboldt Avenue South. Full disclosure, in 2040, when this plan has come to some fruition, I'll either be under the sod or 100 years old. So my concerns are somewhat academic, except I have 2 children and 4 grandchildren who are devoted to Minneapolis, where they grew up, as I am. I recently saw an interesting and shocking statistic, and that is that the 3 wealthiest families in this country own 50% of the, or more wealth than the bottom 50% in this country. I oppose the 2040 plan because it will not achieve these wonderful goals, which I've supported all my life. It will be a great opportunity for developers. We will have gentrification with a small smattering, perhaps, of affordable housing in units that developers have agreed finally that they can construct and give a few percent of affordable housings, make a few percent of affordable housings available. In the meantime, we'll lose green space, open space, sunlight. One of my kids bought a house, a modest 2-bedroom house during the 2008 crash. That was a good thing, the crash. This kind of upzoning is going to spin the bubble, blow the bubble quicker. There will be less affordable housing. I think if this body and the Planning Commission and the Zoning Commission were sincere about affordable housing, they would have long ago stopped the bulldozing of these old 2-bedroom homes, 1,000 square foot, and replacing them with monster homes. So I question the plan and whether this can work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tamara, Carol, then Dane and Mike.
Good evening. Thank you for inviting us here to have this conversation. My name is Tamara Kaiser, and I am a Ward 10 resident. Several people have already spoken to 2 of the 3 concerns I was going to raise tonight. One being probably the thing I'm most concerned about, which several people talked about very poignantly, and that is the divisiveness and the polarization that has been fueled by this discussion. We are a city of extremely progressive people, and we have been pitted against each other, and I have been very disappointed in the role our leaders have played in fueling that polarization between good-meaning people who share lots of values that are expressed in the 2040 plan. Secondly, somebody spoke very beautifully about the setbacks, and I noticed that in the plan, I believe when, and I'm sorry I can't cite my source right now, but when the revision came out and the triplex idea came out, I saw somewhere that those triplexes were going to be the same as the footprint, height, and setbacks of single-family homes. I'm not sure if that's true, but I believe I read that. What I haven't seen is anything about what those setbacks will be and whether those requirements are actually going to change to accommodate way smaller setbacks. I'm very concerned about that, as the woman who showed us that graphic picture about the green spaces lost. I'm very sorry that one of our commissioners referred to the concern for green spaces as white privilege, white pastoralism, excuse me, because that's just fueling the divisiveness. That is not the case. I'm sorry, I would like to say that one more thing that wasn't said, and that has to do with the transit issue. I hear a lot about transit. I wish this city had a decent transit system. I wish this plan promoted one. One of the ways, I understand the Met Council, you got to work with them, I get that part. I also think bike lanes are essential. I think they're very important for the safety of bikers, walkers, and drivers. However, if we could take those dedicated bike lanes that are on major arteries and make them bus lanes, we would overnight improve the transit that you say you want and that we all want. Bike lanes could be on dedicated bike lanes. They could be on side streets. I'll take one if you'll take it off an artery and put a bus lane there instead. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol, then Dane, then Mike, then Anthony.
Hello, thank you for letting us speak tonight. My name is Carol Dines. I live in the East Calhoun neighborhood. I just want to say that I too feel old, and nevertheless, I worry about climate change every day for future generations. And I often feel like young people are assuming older people don't worry about this. And I put solar panels on my house long ago. I drove a hybrid as soon as they came out. I've been a vegetarian since Diet for a Small Planet came out. And I'm being hello. So I just want to say that I'm against this plan because I don't think it is strong enough in its environmental focus. And in particular, I'm talking about some of the extreme density proposed on the west side of Bde-Makaska. Density that will likely override the shoreline overlay ordinance that has historically preserved our public lakes and rivers and maintained public parks in a system that is often rated the best in the country. The purpose, many of the people I've spoken to in the last couple meetings don't even know what the shoreline overlay district is, and it is meant to protect and enhance the quality of surface waters by promoting the wise utilization of public waters and related land resources. It was intended to be superimposed on all zoning classifications, governing the size and shape of lots, the height and location of structures, and the preservation of natural areas. The current 2040 plan ignores the wisdom of the shoreline overlay. The 20 to 30-story buildings planned for the area between the lakes, Bde-Makaska, Cedar, and Lake of the Isles, ignores animal habitats, bird migration, and the desire for park users to go between lakes without traversing what this plan intends to make into another downtown, a line of high, dense buildings that will separate lakes and habitats. It will be undoing the city's greatest treasures, the chain of lakes, and I urge the council to limit the extreme density, 20 to 30-story buildings, to downtown and preserve the shoreline overlay ordinance in the 2040 plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Dane, then Mike, then Anthony.
Good evening. My name is Dane Stimart. I own at 3033 East Calhoun Parkway.
I've lived in Minneapolis for 14 years, and I've rented in Dinkytown, downtown, uptown, and recently bought a 700 square foot condo. My mortgage is equivalent to my past rent, but I now save 60% by paying down my principal, which as a renter went to the hands-off owner and a third-party management firm who cared only about their margins. Just recently, 2 next-door single-family homes were consumed by a developer, and now 24 cars pile into our alley and street at night despite a major bus stop half a block away. So when I read the city officials making the 24 plan or upzoning all of Minneapolis neighborhoods in hopes of driving residents into denser rentals near public transit to cut carbon emissions and disparities, I ask, are they living and seeing the real Minneapolis, and who's benefiting? I absolutely believe in climate change, and we need to act, but I don't believe the solution is landfilling tens of thousands of homes. By the way, how many plastic straws is that? These dense new luxury developments, I believe, drive competitive pricing, meaning they are charging that, so are we, and that extracts wealth. I won't comment on gentrification, but I will say I noticed that the October 29th Planning Commission 4-hour public hearing on the 2040 plan, out of about 120 speakers, approximately 2 were non-Caucasian, and both spoke adamantly against this plan. I believe Minneapolis needs to drastically incentivize electric vehicles, which the 2040 plan mentioned only 3 times. We need designated electric vehicle commuting lanes, autonomous vehicle testing, which will slash congestion, emissions, health, and collision deaths. Finally, the 2040 plan fails to maintain and protect our shoreline overlay district, which today protects our lakes, creeks, rivers, and wildlife for all Minnesotans. Without the 35-foot structure limit, skyscrapers will loom over them, blocking out sunrises, sunsets, birds, insects, wind for sailors, and cripple our great park system for everyone. So I ask we adopt the bottom-up neighborhood comprehensive plans which outline responsible density, that we aggressively incentivize electric vehicles, and we continue to enforce the shoreline or overlay district. All of us Minnesotans, the bold north, are better than this. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Mike, then Anthony, then Lisa. Speaker 38. Let's move on to Anthony, and Mike can come back if he's here. Then Lisa, then Chris, who's speaker 41.
Hello, my name is Anthony Waldera. I live in South Minneapolis. With respect to the 2040 plan, much more study is needed and public input on the changes that were made in the second draft and on any amendments. The 2040 plan will result in huge changes for our city, zoning, architectural, environmental, and livability. And with huge changes comes a big responsibility to carefully study what the impact of those changes will be. The 2040 plan pushes population growth far beyond what the Metropolitan Council is asking us to do. The 2040 plan will foster haphazard density. More density in some areas is very desirable, but density must be focused. Why not start around areas where existing infrastructure can support more people? Conversely, funding for new infrastructure should be planned ahead of time. The 2040 plan will undermine the shoreland overlay protections that are so important to maintain the beauty and ecological health of our public lakes and waterways, and it will harm the significant tax base that these public amenities support. The 2040 plan will hurt the uniqueness, hurt the character, and hurt the architectural heritage and charm of many neighborhoods across our entire city. The 2040 plan will eviscerate our neighborhood small area plans and all the community engagement and public input contained in those plans. The 2040 plan will result in an upzoning experiment for nearly the entire city that will very likely result in a number of unintended and negative consequences that will impact our city for decades to come. No other city in the United States has upzoned their entire city like the 2040 plan proposes. Why not modify the zoning in some areas of our city and see what happens before making such drastic changes citywide? Then you could build on successes and avoid the pitfalls before expanding to more areas. For all these reasons, I urge you to step back and delay approval of this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that's Lisa.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Lisa McDonald, former 10th Ward City Council member and former chair of zoning and planning for 4 years and a resident of the East Harriet neighborhood. This is a top-down plan, I'm against it, created by the planning department. Traditionally, for changes in city policy that affect all citizens, a letter of notification is sent to all households. A case in point, you're going to crack down on sidewalk shoveling this winter, and you're going to send a letter out to all households receiving a notification of this new policy. Certainly, upzoning the whole city should require the same notification to every household. This plan will not solve either the affordable housing problem by giving developers unlimited rights to develop market rate housing. And in fact, they will have access to NOAA, our naturally occurring affordable housing in areas like the Loring Park neighborhood that they'll be able to tear down. That's housing for folks that work in the service industry downtown. And I think that one of the issues that I have, and many others here tonight, is that time and time again, citizens have asked Heather Worthington, the long-range planning director, at meetings, where was the data to support this plan and to support the things that you said you wanted to do with it? And at every meeting, we got a, we don't have it, or we never said density would create more affordable housing, or that's a good question, but we don't know the answer. So, but she never supplied data that indicated this total upzoning would work. Thanks to the internet, we've been able to do research on other cities that the planning staff cites. These cities have created more market rate housing, but not more affordable housing. This plan is a broad brush plan that upzones the whole city, something no other city in North America has done. I urge you to upzone 1 or 2 areas of the city if you want to try this experiment, as Seattle has done, to see how it works, not the whole city. We are currently meeting the Met Council numbers for projected growth. The plan will create growth way beyond what we have the infrastructure to support. This plan does not address environmental issues that occur with this upzoning. Less tree canopy, more impervious surface, and less protection of our lakes, rivers, and creeks with the loss of the shoreline ordinance. I know that the Planning Commission passed this plan because they wanted to be a progressive city. Well, I'm progressive, but I still want a progressive city to be thoughtful about a plan that really does achieve what they say it's going to, with some proof, and that works for all of the residents of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris, then Julia, Janice, and Alex. And if Mike Marum comes back, you are welcome to speak.
Hi, council members. My name is Chris DeRoche. I am a resident of the Kingfield neighborhood, and I am on the Kingfield board and a co-chair of our redevelopment committee. And I'm here speaking on behalf of both of those organizations. So on behalf of the Kingfield Neighborhood Association and the Kingfield Redevelopment Committee, we're here to voice our overall support to the 2040 plan, communicate neighborhood feedback that we've received, and request 3 amendments to the built form classifications along Nicollet Avenue South, Garfield Avenue South, and Grand Avenue. As stated in our original letter, which we sent on the 12th, the Kingfield Neighborhood Association recognizes the importance of the 2040 Comprehensive Plan in shaping the future of Minneapolis. We understand that the policies and guidance set out in this document will shape the future of its residents' lives and the neighborhoods in which they live and the outlook for the city as a whole. As a vibrant, active, and connected community, we are deeply invested in ensuring that Kingfield neighborhood continues to grow and thrive over the next 20 years. We would like Kingfield to be a complete and affordable neighborhood with a mix of housing stock and the population to support local businesses and transit options. Over the last year, KFNA and the KFNA Redevelopment Committee have held numerous meetings and input sessions in regards to the 2040 plan. This feedback, along with our guiding principles, informed our original response and overall support to the plan. As mentioned in our original letter, the overall response to the 24 plan was positive. The majority of residents in Kingfield felt that the changes in land use and built form, as well as other policies and goals, fit well with the vision of our community. We recognize that this response was not shared in other Southwest neighborhoods. While we appreciate others' attempts to inform and adjust the land uses in their neighborhood, we ask that the City Council not conflate these concerns to Southwest Minneapolis as a whole or the Kingfield neighborhood specifically. The three amendments that we are requesting is to restore Nicollet Avenue as shown in the original plan from 39th to 45th back to Corridor 6 designation and appropriate shoulder setbacks to Interior 3. To restore the west side of Garfield Avenue back to an Interior 3 designation and to bring Grand Avenue South from 36th to 40th Street to an Interior 3 designation. These specific requests are supported with additional information submitted to board members on the 12th. In conclusion, we affirm Kingfield's commitment to affordable housing and request that Minneapolis 2040 strengthen policies to increase affordable housing and maintain existing affordable housing in our neighborhood. Please see our original letter for more context and information on our neighborhood's vision on affordable housing. Thank you for your consideration of these amendments and the time to voice our overall support for affordable housing and the 2040 plan as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia?
Thank you, council members. I'm Julia Anderson, Terry Moore Avenue. My sign says, just saying so doesn't make it so. Get a time extension, just like St. Paul did, and get it right. We've heard from a lot of people tonight. I certainly am inspired by the many proponents for the plan. I'm inspired by their aspirations, their concerns, their values. I'm glad they're living in Minneapolis. I have 3 millennials myself, and I'm hopeful they will be living in Minneapolis. But this plan is not ready for prime time. Did you listen to Eric, a true elder among us, who will be 100 in 2040, and I hope he makes it? He spoke wisdom and he spoke truth. We need to listen. Have you heard people talk about what seems to be a hush? Don't know what a 5 residents. And now a rush. We're in the rush. I ask you, get an extension like St. Paul didn't get it right. That takes me to 2 concerns and 1 request. The request is for the time extension. The 2 concerns are the proposed plan has very important goals, but the plan does not include those requirements that are likely to achieve those goals. And it matters. Concern 2. And I'm talking to the lawyers on the council now, particularly my own council member. The 2040 plan, once approved, is not simply a guide. It's not simply shaping the city. My understanding of Minnesota law is that the plan, once approved, will become the controlling legal document for land use in Minneapolis. It matters that the details that you desire, like the climate action plan, which is only a recommendation, make sure those details are in the plan you approve. Don't approve it till they are. Later requirements, later details that put limits on developers, they must conform to the general plan. So a general plan that is intentionally general does not limit those developers and is unlikely to be able to limit those developers. I'll wrap up to make my request again. I respectfully ask the council, either add to the plan now, take the time right now, and that's a tall order because the plan is not based on study and data. Like the speakers that talked about, how much housing do we need? Let's be sure we have it, but what do we need? And if you need more time, and it looks like you do from my read of the plan, do it. St. Paul did it. There's no shame in it. Most of us in this room are for the goals. I certainly am.
Thank you.
Ask Met Council to give Minneapolis the same short extension.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Janice, and then Alex, and then Evan, Matt. 43, 44, and 45, sorry.
As I was thinking about what I wanted to say when I came here, I was reflecting back, if any of you have read the plaques around Minnehaha Falls, they give a great history of the development of our city. And they talk specifically, and this is well over 100 years ago, of this group of founders that want to ensure there were green spaces and parks and lakes available for everybody to always enjoy around the city. If you think about it, that was well over 100 years ago, and I'm sure at that time there was plenty of green space. But they saw that as something that needed to be planned for and ensured that everybody had a right to, regardless of who they were. And so in looking at this plan and making, the whole talk about making affordable housing, I'm all for affordable housing. I see it every day where people can't afford to live where they want to. But I don't think that this plan is going to get us there. I think it's a short-term fix that will create a lot of long-term problems. And you only need to look at Chicago and New York. They had a lot of good affordable housing years ago. But in time, I don't think any of us could really or want to live in Chicago, LA, or New York, because over time, that affordable housing, the greed starts setting in and the raises of the rents and the infrastructures just to be able to live there, to operate a car. Car insurance is 3 times the norm of what it is here in Minneapolis. And just groceries, everything's more expensive. So I see that by adding more people into smaller or into the same footprint, we're going to be another Chicago, LA, or New York, that we're going to outprice everybody to even live there, let alone, they're kind of dirty cities that people don't really like to visit, and I don't want to see us lose that here in Minneapolis. So thank you.
Thank you. We have Alex, then Evan, then Matt.
My name is Alex Burns, live in Ward 10. And I'm here to say that our city must make a choice. Will we live, or will we take a bold step towards a more welcoming, sustainable, and equitable Minneapolis? Or will we halt the progress that this plan represents in an effort to preserve the status quo? As Minnesota 350 and others have mentioned tonight, we're running out of time to reduce emissions and avoid climate catastrophe. It has been widely reported that the IPCC special report says that we have 11 years to act. However, the situation is even more dire. Page 50 in section 2 of the special report states that, quote, virtually all 1.5 degrees Celsius consistent pathways decline net annual CO2 emissions between 2020 and 2030. So we don't have 11 years, we have 14 months. This plan encourages a dense, walkable, and transit-connected Minneapolis. That is exactly what our cities need to look like if we want to rise to this challenge. Minneapolis can lead the way, and I encourage you to vote yes. Thanks.
Thank you. Evan, then Matt, Fred, and Mary.
Hello, Evan Roberts, 49 Arthur Avenue Southeast in Prospect Park, Ward 2. Thank you to the Council and the Planning Commission for an extensive and open public process. I support this plan strongly. It's both an improvement on current policies and bolder than policies in many other American cities. The flexibility that would be allowed by permitting multiple units on a lot and by eliminating minimum parking requirements are very important and worthy of your support. Policy 20, which proposes additional transit-only lanes, is an important thing that the city can do to improve transit in the city. And I strongly support the plan's emphasis on equity, which is outlined in the goals and carried throughout a lot of the specific policies. The emphasis on equity, however, is not followed through everywhere as thoroughly as it could be. Much of our current land area allows 1 to 3 story single-family homes in the majority of the city. The degree of change under 2040 varies dramatically. In my neighborhood of Prospect Park, near the light rail, there's a street of single-family homes on 4th Street that has a proposed Transit 10 designation. My own street is equidistant from the light rail station and its interior too. In Seward, near the Greenway, there's streets of single-family homes that are Corridor 4 or Corridor 6. Those are appropriate changes, Corridor 4, Corridor 6, near the Greenway, Transit 10 near a light rail. It's strange then that in Kenwood, near the future 21st Street station on Southwest Light Rail, we also have interior too. So we're not proposing the same equitable changes everywhere. I urge you to make similar land use changes everywhere, either Corridor 4 or what is Corridor 6 throughout the city. That won't bring forth as much change as it allows, but it will allow us the flexibility for people to combine parcels in different areas. We see one-story homes sitting by three-story homes quite naturally, so we can step up very gracefully from 1 to 6 stories in a short space of time. For public health reasons, allowing higher development off of corridors is also very important because of the impacts of traffic, noise, and fumes on higher density, higher traffic streets. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, Fred, Mary, Olivia. So this is 46, 47, 48.
My name is Matt Lewis. I live in a fourplex at 3108 Bryan Avenue South. I'm here to speak in support of the Minneapolis 2040 plan. I support it for many reasons, most of which have been touched on already, but I wanted to talk briefly today about homelessness, a topic that's certainly been in the news lately. I am the Director of Housing at a St. Paul nonprofit that is also a public housing authority, where I oversee several hundred rental assistance subsidies for individuals experiencing homelessness. I spend a lot of time working with other supportive housing providers around the metro, and the thing I hear over and over and over again is very simple. We need more housing. We need subsidized affordable housing, and we need more market rate housing. I applaud the city for putting money into affordable housing, but today I wanted to talk about why market rate housing is also important. The vast majority of the subsidies that my company holds are reliant on private landlords to rent to our clients. With the vacancy rate as low as it's been for as long as it's been, rents are rising rapidly, and landlords are unwilling to rent to anyone with a criminal or rental record that isn't spotless, or they'll just flat out refuse to rent to anyone who comes with a subsidy. As a result, even when we're able to match an individual with a subsidy, it can take months to find housing for them. That's months of sleeping in shelter, in a car, on the light rail, or in a tent. We need more market rate housing so that tenants have more leverage. Right now, landlords are calling the shots, and our most vulnerable residents are paying the price. Thank you.
Thank you. Fred, Mary, Olivia. That's 47, 48, 49. Then we would have Lene, who's number 50. We will be happy to take folks as they come. Then we can take 51. Tim. And if we missed you, we'll come right back.
Oh, please.
Hello, my name is Olivia Faith Cobbs. I live at 3105 33rd Avenue South, and I support the 2040 comp plan. I guess I'd like to talk about freedom today and also, in fact, the right to mobility. In a nutshell, when you design the built environment to prioritize cars, it makes it impractical and often impossible for people to get around any other way. When you design the built environment to prioritize pedestrians, the reverse is not true. You do not make it impossible for motorists to drive places. By zoning for walkability, you are zoning for freedom of mobility beyond just walking. A walkable scale is easily traversable by bike, wheelchair, bus, and car alike. Cars are seen as a symbol of freedom in this country, but ironically, because we have prioritized them, the freedom of mobility of many people has been taken away. People too young or old or too poor or people with disabilities who cannot drive end up housebound. And creating walkability goes definitely beyond sidewalk design and maintenance. You need to have shops and services within walking distance to where people live, which I believe this plan recognizes. And you need to allow for more housing diversity like triplexes to create the density you need within walking distance of those businesses for them to stay afloat without relying on car traffic. So if you create more density, you create the opportunity for businesses to create walkability, which creates freedom of mobility for more people in the city. So I hope you support this plan, especially the upzoning in all neighborhoods and along transit corridors, the elimination of parking minimums, and the allowance for more commercial uses inside neighborhoods. As a closing note, allowing duplexes and triplexes everywhere isn't really an experiment like many have been saying. It used to be legal, which is how we got our current stock. And then single-family house-only zoning became sort of an experiment. We tried it, and it has contributed to the affordability crisis. So I said, let's go back to normal and now allow triplexes again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we have speakers 47, 48, or 50, if any of them are here. That would be Fred, Mary, or Lene. Okay, and so that back to Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Tim Keene, and I reside at 5336 3rd Avenue. I do support the goals of the 2040 plan, but I do not support the plan itself. I'm going to provide just a minute of background. I grew up here. I attended the University of Minnesota in economics. I have a graduate degree in urban planning. I was a city planner for several years, a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I practice real estate and land use law at the intersection of land use planning and government. My comments to the plan are based through that lens. In the 60s and 70s, I witnessed the removal of thousands of single-family homes in Minneapolis to be replaced by poorly constructed 2.5-story walk-up apartments. We have miles of them where there used to be affordable single-family homes. I witnessed the closure of Nicollet Avenue at Lake Street to make room for a Kmart, transforming a once vibrant commercial node into a paved urban wasteland. The 2040 plan is a radical social engineering experiment without a shred of empirical data to support its shifting goals. The original plan densification was about social equity. Then it was morphed into affordable housing. Now we're talking about climate change. Well, the goals are all honorable and noble, but how we get there is what matters. From Camden to Armitage, this plan of densification, lifting virtually all zoning restrictions to allow anyone to build anything anywhere, is a prescription for investors and developers. The plan prescribes bad policy for nearly every social ill, but does so with a smug and righteous tone to sell it. Not only does the plan eliminate the important role of neighborhood organizations that are the heart and soul of the Minneapolis planning process, the plan also obliterates the basic covenant of zoning, one that we all buy into. I will accept reasonable zoning restrictions on my property in exchange for trust that the public body will implement reasonable restrictions on others. I will wrap up. So where does this nonsense come from? Well, Minneapolis is ground zero of a national movement to densify cities, and we have witnessed the concentration of that debate in our city because that focus and the resources and efforts, and this is a developer-funded enterprise that is right now on our front steps and is taking full blossom in the plan that is before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we have speakers 52, 53, 54, Tom, Arlene, and Ted. Yeah. Yeah, come on up, no problem.
Stuck at the door, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Linnea Gotterstedt. I'm at 224 3rd Avenue Northeast. I support this plan, especially the plan's goals of climate resilience and having more residents and more jobs, because I think it's incredibly important to reduce our city's carbon footprint. Like a lot of people here, I care a lot about working to mitigate climate change. I think also, like a lot of people here on both sides, I make personal choices with my own carbon footprint in mind. But it's becoming increasingly clear that environmentally conscious individual decisions alone won't solve this problem for us. I support enacting the 2040 plan because the population density the plan would allow transit to expand transit lines and increase frequency. And this would help our community become a place where it's increasingly possible to live and work in Minneapolis without driving a car. Changes that would allow us as a community to move towards a less car-centric transportation system are what we need to actually enact our city's ambitious climate action plan. I personally bike, walk, or take transit for most of my transportation year-round. Often when someone asks how I got somewhere and I tell them I biked or took the bus, their jaw drops. It's not infrequent that their reaction is shock. If we're serious about fighting climate change, Minneapolis needs to be a city where the idea of biking or taking transit somewhere is no longer astonishing. I want to see our city be a leader on climate change. The extreme partisanship and urban-rural divide in this nation seems to increasingly mean that if the United States is going to make any real progress in reducing our carbon emissions, we are going to have to drive the change here in our cities. America's cities are our last best chance to seriously reduce our carbon footprint. I support the comp plan because it will allow us to make the changes we need to make to seriously confront one of the most urgent problems of our time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, come on
up. My name is Arlene Freed. I live at 1109 Xerxes Avenue South, and I've lived there since 1965. And I want to point out that I am one of the individuals who was on the board of the organization that in 1988 created the Shoreline Ordinance. I have what is known as institutional memory. So, and I'm pleased that some other people mentioned the Shoreline Ordinance. Our city is unique in that its parkland includes so many lakes with wildlife, and that wildlife needs to be preserved. It is important for the Minneapolis 2040 comp plan to be specific when referring to the Shoreline Overlay Ordinance's height protections. Those protections were outlined in the city's Shoreline Ordinance passed by the City Council in 1988. They protect both the sightlines and the open space that birds require. The plan needs to say, quote, no higher than 35 feet or 2 1/2 stories, unquote. Be specific. One of the reasons for establishing and articulating specific height limitations is so developers know in advance what to expect and to avoid unreasonable expectations. Please be specific in referring to height protections around our lakes. Thank you. I oppose the plan.
Thank you, Arlene. Okay, so we've missed a few people. I just want to check through that. We missed Fred and Mary and Tom, who was speaker 52. Tom, thanks. Come on up.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam President. Council, my name's Tom Basting. I'm here as both a Minneapolis resident, as an attorney for the nonprofit group Smart Growth Minneapolis, to ask that the council send this plan back to CPED for a complete environmental review. I've been listening to a number of people here this evening, and the passion for the environment and the concern for density and the concern for climate change is real. And CPED has not given this council the tools that it needs to be able to perform a complete environmental review. An environmental review in the form of a environmental impact statement or even an alternative urban area review, an AUAR, is necessary for this council to be able to make the decisions that it needs to make here. I've attended a number of the council meetings that the various members have had over time, and I've heard that Minneapolis wants to get it right. I've heard an acknowledgement from Ms. Worthington that Seattle didn't get it right, Denver didn't get it right, Austin didn't get it right, but we in Minneapolis need to get it right. And to be able to do that, Minneapolis needs the information from a complete environmental review. We heard a little bit earlier, somebody talked about Seattle, and Seattle only upzoned a smaller portion. Well, here's the environmental review that Seattle did and its environmental impact statement for its plan. And by the way, this is double-sided, so this is a really thick plan. This is what Seattle did. Minneapolis should do at least what Seattle did in performing an environmental review before it makes the decision. You, as a council, should demand from CPED the information that you need to make this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Ted, I saw you. Ted Tucker, welcome. Jack, Dave, and then Vince. So that would be speakers 55, 56, and 57 after Mr. Tucker.
Good evening, Madam President and council members. My name is Ted Tucker, 319 5th Street Southeast here in Minneapolis. I'm here to present comments adopted by the Executive Committee of the University District Alliance That is an entity created by the legislature a decade ago and comprises the University of Minnesota, the City of Minneapolis, and 4 neighborhoods adjacent to the Minneapolis campus. The one-page handout, which I hope is being sent down, has the complete comments. In summary, we ask that the Minneapolis 2040 Comprehensive Plan should recognize the University District for its unique qualities and characteristics, just as it recognizes the downtown district. The University of Minnesota, a world-class research institution, and its neighbors in the heart of a major metropolis are a special asset for this city. The university is unique in Minneapolis with its own police department, transit service, and public open space, all of which serve residents of the city as well as university students and staff. In addition, the University District is already a walkable and bikeable community with jobs and studies close to residential areas. Proximity to the university attracts entrepreneurs and innovators. Affordable housing in the district is a particular challenge. Special consideration should be given to the unique rental market, where properties in both multi-unit and single-family homes are rented mostly by groups of unrelated young people, making it difficult to maintain a stable and diverse community. In conclusion, in support of amendments we expect will be offered by Council Member Gordon, we ask that the new comprehensive plan recognize the unique characteristics of the University District and understand that this special situation calls for extra cooperation and joint planning to create a cohesive district that benefits and strengthens each constituent organization, the university, the neighborhoods, and the city of Minneapolis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have speakers 55, 56, and 57, Jack, Dave, and Vince.
Jack Can, 1774 Portland Avenue, St. Paul. I'm an attorney with the Housing Justice Center. And I think that some significant changes are needed to the plan if it's to conform to the requirements of the State Land Use Planning Act. The one I'm going to talk about briefly tonight is the need to address the city's biggest and most pressing housing needs, which are for households with incomes less than 30% of area median income. That's the largest goal that the Metropolitan Council has set out for the city for the next decade. Over 1,500 units at that level are supposed to be produced in the next decade. It's far and away the largest group of people that are paying more than half of their income for rent. Somewhere between 19 and 20,000 renter households are paying half their income or more in that income group. You can't provide new standard affordable housing for that income group without providing operating subsidies. Their incomes are so low that they can't cover operating expenses of a typical new rental housing development. There is no mention anywhere in the comprehensive plan of that issue, of that problem. And so, of course, there are no plans, programs, or specific actions proposed in the comprehensive plan to address that problem, as is required by 473-859 subdivisions 4. Worse, the city's uniform housing policy prohibits city funds to be used to provide operating subsidies. In other words, the city's basic housing policy says we won't address that problem and can't address that problem. That's particularly disappointing given all the other policy initiatives you're taking to address affordable housing, and it's something that needs to be fixed. Thanks.
Thank you. Dave, then Vince, then Anton.
Hi, I'm Dave Campbell from Northeast Minneapolis, 3518 Madison Place. To tell you the truth, haven't looked at the plan a lot, although I have on the computer and stuff. I'm not too happy about what I'm listening to people say around here. In all our government right now, it seems that it's somewhat polarized, and it's not really coming up with the accountability it should be. And you see that more and more, not only on the local level, but on the national level. I also liked what a lot of people said about the environmental aspects of this. The lakes that we have and the parks were designed, I assume I read one time about these guys that came from out east, and I think they were irritated about what the eastern cities did, so they came here and tried to make it right here. And they are nice cities, and this environmental impact is also a thing as far as the amount of space you're going to allow for buildings and heights in different parts of the city. I see it in our neighborhoods, and you read in the paper about how these people want to develop these high-rises, and they're only going to put a few affordable houses in there. There's a lot of people out there that need affordable housing, and these developers, in my opinion, are not getting held accountable for what they're doing. They come and they go and they bring back, and I don't think this plan it's got some good ideas, but like a lot of people said, it's the first one in the whole country that wants to upzone the whole place. And that one lady brought up the fact that there's little things that as far as once this plan is implemented, there's going to be stuff that's locked in, and it shouldn't be. I think we need more time on this plan, and I think people should be more accountable, and I think it should, what's the hurry? You know, I mean, if we're going to do it, there's a lot of good things, but there's got to be other things that got to be fixed up. Thank you.
Thank you. Vince, then Anton, then Jane.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and council members. I'm Vince Netz, the president of the Prospect Park Neighborhood Association, and we're a community of about 9,000 residents. 87% are renters, 25% people of color. Half our neighborhood is about under the age of 25. And we already have a rich mix of housing, lots of triplexes, lots of fourplexes, fancy apartments, public housing, grand historic homes, and everything in between. And our neighborhood got together about a year and a half ago with a lot of community leaders that Councilmember Gordon knows well to start talking about 2040 early. We have a uniquely engaged community. And after some amendments that we've submitted and were approved by the Planning Commission and some that CAM is about to introduce, Prospect Park supports 2040. Our land use committee voted 33-0 in support of it, and our board of directors voted unanimously in support of it, with a few additions or changes. One of them is for a larger policy with innovation districts. We have a large industrial zone north of University Avenue. We want that to be a model of shared parking and shared water, district water, shared energy management, and some flexible zoning that will demonstrate how well these things can work. I mean, we're already a little laboratory, but I think more thoughtful approach for the innovation districts that CAM will introduce, we support. And then an amendment to acknowledge the larger university district that my colleague Ted Tucker spoke to before us. We also support. We have already given a letter to modify land use and built forms for some specific parcels along 4th Street. It's a single-family home district, is a small district, but it's zoned for Transit 10, and that's not characteristic of that district, but the specific parcels are in the letter we sent. And then we just want to make sure that the downstream effects, so we know that some of this doesn't always go on this plan, but things like the view shed for historic monuments like the Witches Hat Water Tower, some more transit, more green space, and definitely more affordable housing need to be very thoughtfully considered after the plan is adopted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anton, then Jane. Maybe I'll also just pause for a moment and say we've had a couple neighborhood organizations that I know are communicating directly with their own council members, but you could feel free to send the comments you've submitted to the council if you prefer. Just, I know there's a lot of detail, so that would go to any organizations that have kind of a agreed upon list of very specific changes. And we are all working together and communicating that, but that would just help give us the detailed context. So then Anton and Jane.
Okay. Hi, my name is Anton Schiefer. I live at 1727 3rd Street Northeast, and I'm speaking today in support of the comprehensive plan for a number of reasons. The first is that climate change is real, and it's caused by humans, and this plan is one step towards addressing that. Similarly, social injustice is real and also caused by humans. I support Minneapolis 2040 along with other proposals regarding inclusionary zoning and a substantial increase in funding for new affordable housing. I think it's really important that all these things are coming together at once. But I'd actually like to share like a little bit of an anecdote about my mom and her lifestyle. She's currently retired and bought a condo in Uptown about 15 years ago. And from talking to her, I've kind of learned that retirement is boring and isolating, and I'm glad that she lives where she does. My mom she walks to her part-time job a few blocks away. She can walk to get groceries or go see a movie. She's close to a high-frequency bus line and can get downtown without driving, as she did today. I'm grateful that she has these opportunities nearby, and I know that not everyone does. It's a blessing that I don't have to worry every day that she needs to drive to get things done, especially in the winter when the roads are bad. And I know my mom's listening, but you know, people's driving skills deteriorate over time. So, Mom, you're doing great, but yeah. Anyway, throughout my childhood, my mom rented. One of my favorite places was a multifamily building in Plymouth, actually, where I met a lot of friends my age. We hung out, we played together, we walked to the drugstore and bought candy and baseball cards and got in like a little bit of trouble, but all our parents rented. And I currently live in Northeast Minneapolis, and it's next to a large multifamily building. These homes, and yes, apartments are homes, are affordable, and this building is nearly all Somali residents. These are families raising sons and daughters, just like my mom did. These homes are a community. So, when I hear testimony from some who try to keep multifamily buildings and renters out of their neighborhood, I can't help but wonder who they're trying to keep out. Is it single parents like my mom? Or is it my Somali neighbors? According to state demographic data from 2016, over 90% of Somalis rent and over 75% of African Americans rent. We cannot perpetuate segregated neighborhoods by continuing to keep renters out of them. So I support the comp plan, and I urge you to ensure that renting is an option for everyone in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane, speaker number 59, Jane Willis. Speaker 60 is P. Dursey. Hi. DeRay, sorry.
Hello, give me a moment. Testing, thank you. Hello, I'm P. DeRay, and Minnehaha Falls cries. I'm very sorry to report the potential for more loss of the landscape surrounding the God-given, sacred, precious, priceless treasure and sanctuary at Minnehaha Falls. Minnehaha dwells with me in heartfelt agony for the once peaceful and beautifully historic Minnehaha Falls area, and she cries to save her once again. Please join me in support of the Minnehaha Falls to plead opposition to the proposals going forth, leading to the wrongful destruction and obliteration of lands that must be protected for everyone's sake. I'm a resident and veteran who pleads in opposition to the destructive trend leading to the irreparable harm to the Minneapolis land area and near Minnehaha Falls. We have the Veterans Home and Veterans Hospital. This land greed also impacts Fort Snelling and the Military Reserve Base. This alarming harm to land is being forced upon property owners and negatively affects public property and pristine parks. Wealthy builders are disingenuously infiltrating the real estate market solely for predatory rental profit purposes, as is evidenced in their numerous dysfunctional housing project plans. These projects are becoming a legal violation of our constitutional rights and are not intended to develop our community or environment whatsoever. Our constitutional rights, inclusive of the Fifth Amendment, should be protected along with our land a community holds so sacred and dear from this massive and unhealthy land takeover. Please say no, no, no to harmful actions and rezoning that's creating an eyesore and quarters for slavery and endless housing projects that are too close in proximation to one another. We need to protect our precious land assets and living conditions for our neighborhood, which is a peaceful sanctuary for the environment, humans, wildlife, and birds. Our district is factually set apart from other communities and cities, and we have a responsibility to protect the Veterans Hospital, and the Veterans and Soldiers Home. Our support of veterans should be a heartfelt priority one. Land usage is best suited to restore existing debilitated buildings and apartments, and new condominiums and double bungalows can be built that are not grossly oversized or burdensome to the community. And land usage is suited for our community usage to expand and advance community growth and positive spirit. Such usage may be theater, heritage, cultural, arts, small business, dance, and music centers, to name a few.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but we would invite you to send by email any other comments.
Thank you. I just want to ask that you implement a subsidy tax on rental properties and properties to help pay for our city's homelessness.
Thank you. So now we are on speaker 61, 62, and then 63, Britt, Al, and Allison. We missed Jane Willis. Okay, Jane is here. She can come anytime.
Hi, my name is Britt Anbacht. I live at 4633 Clinton Avenue in Ward 8. I would like to thank the City Council for taking the time tonight to listen to all of us. I believe that the 2040 plan provides a good first step towards a more equitable city, and therefore I support this plan. Housing stability is vital to individual health and to generational wealth. More housing will help to lower housing prices, allowing people to stay put where they want to. Re-legalizing multifamily housing like triplexes across the city will allow debt-burdened young families to own their home and rent out part of it to help pay the mortgage. Denser housing will support small businesses, support complete neighborhoods with shops and groceries within walking distance, and support transit viability. I appreciate the Council's recent movement towards inclusionary zoning, and I believe that we have heard a lot tonight against development and developers. I agree that housing should be decommodified. That's why I would encourage a renter's bill of rights, tenant cooperatives, missing middle housing through zoning form rather than number of units, public housing, land trusts, the aforementioned inclusionary zoning, and perhaps someday soon rent control like that available in Belgium through the 369 lease system. But most of all, we need more housing. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. Al, then Allison, Terry, and Jackie.
Good evening. I'm Al Geeson, 45 East Minnehaha Parkway since 1986. I'm a half block off of Nicollet. There is a corridor 6 designation that starts 5 houses up the hill from my house. I enjoy walking up that hill to the hardware store, the cleaners, a couple restaurants, etc. So I understand walkable neighborhoods. I ride my bike 1,000 to 2,000 miles a year, so I understand biking. I'm not against density at Diamond Lake and Nicollet. I think it's smart. I'm not against density on the corridors, but I think only if it's customized and not cookie cutter as this plan has in place. I'm not against the mayor's affordable housing proposal. I think a lot of things in this plan are likely very good. I am against, however, planners and a planning commission that's stacked with density zealots who have no interest in considering what the opposition may have to say. I'm against planners and a council who have conspired to ram this plan through, providing limited notice of the magnitude of change with a preconceived outcome. I'm against upzoning single-family neighborhoods. Most supporters of the plan are of a younger generation that wants a different way of life. I think that's fine. But to get it, you're willing to literally walk and bike all over my generation who have made the neighborhood strong. To illustrate, last evening about 5:15, I drove from downtown south on LaSalle and Blaisdell Avenue, from 10th Street to 35th Street. It's 24 blocks. It took me 19 minutes. The entire distance is marked with or has separate bike lanes. There was not one bike in that period of time, not one. And to illustrate further, Creekside Commons, a workforce housing which was built a few years ago by Mayflower Church, is in my neighborhood. 36 units and 45 underground parking spaces. Yet, all the cars from that development now push cars along Minnehaha Parkway, which is 3 blocks away. People drive, even with the Nicollet Avenue Transit. I live on a very narrow street. It's used by the fire department to access neighborhoods east of 35W. The parkway will not accommodate parked curbside parking, even if it's only one side in that area, plus traffic, unless everybody rides a bike. It doesn't happen. I say, let's be practical, not zealots about what we're trying to accomplish. Slow down. What's the rush? Let's get it right. I don't think we've done that yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Allison, Terry, Jackie. I'll just take the moment to encourage folks who have very specific changes like some that were just listed to follow up with an email to your council member or otherwise help us track those very specific changes because they're helpful and great. Thanks.
Hi, Allison Little. I'm on 58th and 1st Avenue South. And just for the record, I bought my house before I ever owned a car. So I know about walkability. I lost my job right after I bought my house. And I had to find a job, and it had to be downtown because I needed the bus. And I will never consider a job that's not downtown because I want to be able to take the bus. Now, that being said, I am opposed to the plan as it stands. The citywide upzoning is much too big, and the one-size-fits-all approach is going to destroy the uniqueness of the neighborhoods that make our city so desirable. I know growth is inevitable, but something this large should be done on a case-by-case basis or in a smaller setting. Something like taking the Nicollet Lake Street area where that Kmart is. That looks like a great area that could be developed. It is just one huge parking lot that most of the times I'm going through there is rarely full. That would be a great place with transit on Nicollet, on Lake Street, not far from Uptown, not to mention the new transit corridor that's going to be added to 35W in about 3 years. I know that older fourplexes are currently sporadically around the city, but they were built at a time when most of the homes were built. So they're very similar in character, materials, and size. And they're also on slightly larger lots than a single-family home. We recently had a 2.5-story sixplex put on Nicollet Avenue that is completely dwarfing every building around it. There is no green space, and there is no off-street parking. And I know everybody talks about, using the bus, walking. I have family and friends in Woodbury, in Savage, in Coon Rapids. How do I get there for brunch on Sunday morning with the bus system that we have? It's not viable. There are times I need to get to a doctor in Maple Grove. How do I get there without a car? And subsequently, these people want to come visit me and meet at these great restaurants we have in the city. Where do they park if there's no parking? They're not going to be able to come in and use that. The other thing I noticed is this plan has nothing showing how increased density is going to ensure any amount of affordability. We don't know, is this Section 8 housing what we're talking about? And if so, what % of these new houses are going to be affordable? So I think what we need to do is make sure that we slow down and get this information right. There's nothing that gives specific guidelines to what builders can do, and we need to be able to hold them accountable as a city council, as residents, to ensure the safety for our future. So I'm asking that you postpone the plan and get more information on that.
Thank you. So we have Terry, then Jackie, then Steve. We're about halfway through our list.
Hi, my name is Terry Cole. I live at 5660 First Avenue South.
Plan goals good, plan itself very bad. I spoke several weeks ago, and you said you were listening, but I haven't seen many changes in what came about from the last time. By my count, there were 3-1 against this plan, and yet everything's the same. So I have the same frustrations, and one very heartfelt new one. One, this is not a strategic plan, it's a cop-out. I've been involved in strategic planning in business and professional associations, and I would be ashamed to have this on my name on this. And if you're all so proud of it, then why aren't you informing every one of your constituents so they know what the hell is happening in this city? Even former council members are here to speak against this. 2, not everyone wants to live downtown. We want density. We can't even get enough bus drivers to get the routes we have now. 3, a project this big and we have no environmental impact study? What's the deal? 4, tearing down starter homes does not equate to affordable housing. As Allison just said, there was a 5-plex just built on our block, and each unit is $2,000 a piece. Tell me how you're going to convince a builder to build affordable and not for maximum profits. It's not going to happen. My husband and I have owned our home for 22 years, and we're also landlords. We know firsthand about the engagement of most, not all renters, but most. We've hosted a block party that had over 100 people at it for 22 years. In that time, there's a 13-plex right across the street. One person has come. One person in 22 years. They're not as engaged. 2, we also have keys for 5 people's homes. They have keys for ours. We're really proud of that. We're engaged with our neighborhood. We blow the snow around 4 city blocks to help our neighbors out because they're good to us. Finally, the feedback you gave us this summer was for naught. The original plan was a 4-plex, but you changed it down to a 3-plex plus an ADU. That's a 4-plex and you lied to us. Okay, my final thing, and I'll wrap this up. I live in Wyndham. 60% of the neighborhood is rental. We have 4-plexes on our blocks. We have a 6-plex on our block, and across the street I have a 13-plex across from me. I know mixed use, and we're okay with it. But I am sick, and I am tired of directly and indirectly being referred to as a racist because I want my own home with my own engaged neighbors and friends. This is wrong, and I hold all of you accountable and the planning system accountable as well. Shame on you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Jackie, then Steve, then Peter.
Hello, Jackie Gausted. I live in the Wyndham neighborhood, and I am opposed to the plan, and you are amazing for your fluid balance capabilities. So just wanted to get a shout out to that. I know you guys have taken some breaks. Try to do a little bit of levity because this is very passionate.
Thank you.
My parents, way back when, moved into the home, and my mom had to sign the loan to say that she would continue to work in order to afford the house. And then, so I am the first on both sides of my family to graduate and go to college. I worked all that time, and my goal was to have a home in South Minneapolis. And it took me till age 31 to do so, but I did it, and I have that home now. I wish all the young folks who want that affordable housing, I want that for them too. I would love for my current home to be actually affordable, but I'm paying my bills, I'm paying my taxes. I don't want my home when my neighbors sell next to me, because it's a small 2-bedroom home. I don't want to be part of the Up movie, where these big 6-plexes are built, because I'm between Nicollet and 35W. I'm on First Avenue. When the snow emergency hits those cars, there's no place for them to go. When 35W is under construction, it is a parking lot on Nicollet with emissions and smoke, and they're flying through First Avenue, not doing stoplights, stop signs. The one-way on the frontage road, they're going the wrong way to get out of the neighborhood. So what's currently happening, and we don't have the more density that's going to come up, I can't get out of my neighborhood. We haven't talked about Amazon delivery and those trucks and bus routes. My neighbors talked about this. We have people coming in from the suburbs. They park in our neighborhood and hop on Nicollet to get downtown. So they're bringing their cars in. Part of me owning a home is I wanted a pet, and studies show that having a dog is good for my health and my livelihood. I want to be able to open my back door and let my dog out in my yard. I want people to have affordable housing. This plan doesn't have anything in regards to affordable housing. I've done in HR work. We always talk about intent versus perception. And what I've seen with the builders in our neighborhood, the intent, oh, they're not going to build side by side in that 100 by 40 property. There's no way they're going to put a sixplex up. The builders did it, and they didn't care. It's all about the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve, then Peter, then Jerry. So 66, 67, and 68.
Hello, I'm Steve Brandusi, 5660 First Avenue South. I'm opposed to the blanket citywide upzoning because upzoning will not produce the desired results of affordable housing and diversity. As covered over and over here, this plan will result in demolition of the smaller, more affordable housing stock and only to be replaced by marketplace 3 and 4 unit rentals because of construction costs, regulatory requirements, and developers' profit desires. These rents will not fall into the affordable category. In my neighborhood, neighbors know each other and are engaged and help each other. I know firsthand as a resident and a landlord that renters do not get engaged like this, no matter how hard we try to include them. The city should be prioritizing home ownership because this is the basis of the quality of life in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter, Jerry, then Kate, then Mike.
Good evening. My name is Peter Schmidt. I live on 22nd and Bryant. I'm in Council President Bender's ward. I am here to support the plan, particularly policies 1, 35, and 47. I want to take just a quick minute to talk about the property that my wife and I live in. We live in a triplex on Bryant, built in 1893. It used to be first floor was where kind of the dining space and the kitchen was. The second floor was the bedroom area, and the third floor was the servants' quarters, which was a thing at the time. This house might be considered one of the charming character components of our neighborhood, which is actually right now a legally non-conforming building given our zoning. And what my wife and I do is we have a small portfolio of similar properties with a few different goals. The first goal was we wanted to find a way to stay in the neighborhood. As you've heard tonight from a lot of people, there's not a great way to do that as a young person, and the way we did it was living in an attic and renting out the other units to pay for our mortgage. A second thing we wanted to do is we wanted to improve the neighborhood. My wife and I both work in energy efficiency, so we've done a lot of really slow return projects like putting in insulation, putting in new windows, installing solar, all things that are really important for the comfort of tenants, but are also really long on the return in terms of your investment. I'm going to do a quick local TV shout out to my wife. She's also improving the neighborhood by being the president of our neighborhood association and biking year round, putting in a community info sign in our boulevard to make sure that everyone knows what's going on. So hashtag for that. I will say we also want to start a neighborhood or a family in the neighborhood, all the way around. You know, it is possible to have a family in a small unit in an apartment in something under 4,000 square feet, which is what our whole building would be. Our next door neighbor is an 8-bedroom single-family home, which has now found a great new use, but it's a huge space. And finally, a piece that I think isn't brought up enough is we're also trying to make a little money on it. Anyone owning a home or owning a multifamily property is trying to make a little bit of money. I think it's interesting that there's a lot of hate being given at developers when my property, something that's being considered a charming part of the community, is part of the Sunnyside edition of Minneapolis. We're one of 10 identical properties on our block. Sure, they've changed over time, but that's how you make money as a developer. You have the same process, and then you improve it over time as the different owners want to change it. So I want to support the plan. I think it gives a lot of flexibility to what we can do as a small portfolio business owner, and I really thank you for all the time you've put in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jerry, then Kate, then Mike.
Hello, I'm Jerry Richmond, 2515 Lake Place, Minneapolis. I want to express my vehement opposition to the rezoning heart of the 2040 plan, and I call to each of you on the City Council to show more humility in dealing with this plan going forward. I'm appalled when I just learned in this session that the Commission voted 9-1 in favor of it after hearing such overwhelming opposition to it in the public meeting, and I know there are thousands of people who expressed their opposition to it in written form as I did. There are two sides to this, and certainly I understand the complexity of this issue. But what I don't understand is that there are a huge number of Minneapolis citizens who've commented on the plan and passionately spoken against it and are offering a wide variety of thoughts and research-backed criticisms of it. And I'm not going to go into the substantive problems. Other people have said it more eloquently than me, including the lack of evidence that the affordable housing part, which is key to it, is going to be successfully solved by the plan. But the main point I want to express now is my dismay at how you, as the leaders of our city, are not adjusting to all this criticism and trying to find a conclusion that will quell the deep concerns of so many of us who live here. Going from 4-plexes to 3-plexes is not an answer. And indeed, in this hard age of national division, it's appalling and exceptionally sad to see civic leaders in Minneapolis, city planners in Minneapolis, not adjusting to all this criticism and acting in ways that mirror the current theme in Washington leadership of divide, divide, divide. When I moved to Minnesota in 1980, I was knocked out by the sense of community I found there. It was we, not us versus them. And you are allowing this plan and the adoption of this plan to sever those ties and to pit people against each other. And I've lived under 5 or 6 mayors and city governments here in Minneapolis, and none of them would have led or governed in this way. Please put a stop to this. And the 5-10 seconds more, I gambled till the age of about 15. My mother was a gambler all her life. I have never seen a city take the kind of gamble that you guys are talking about. You're running the dice on the whole board to upzone an entire city, to change the fabric of the city for ends that are not proven, no evidence. In fact, there's a lot of evidence against it. So I ask you, don't give up on the goals, but please have the humility to understand that this plan could not just be wrong, it could be dead wrong. Lower the temperature, press the reset button, get buy-in from the entire community, and increase the odds of a plan that will result in success for every one of us who's fortunate enough to live here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So we are on speaker 69, that's Kate. Then will be 70, Mike, and 71, Elizabeth.
Council members, my name is Kate Sandweiss. I've owned a home in East Isles in the 7th Ward for 27 years. I'm an active block captain in our neighborhood, which is a mixed-use neighborhood with owners and renters. And my comments are in reference and opposition to Policy 1, the citywide upzoning. I speak on an issue that hasn't been brought up. I speak from personal experience about the public health issues and the consequences of this plan. Many of the existing homes that would be torn down have asbestos and lead paint that will be disturbed in this process. I know from a tear down next door to me that the stated policies of containing these toxins are not always followed. Furthermore, the toxins in laminates and other building materials that will be used in new buildings are not healthy either. I've recently lived through 3.5 years of construction on one side of my home and a 1.5 years on the other side. My home office and much of our home was functionally unusable during the day for these 3.5 years, due to the constant noise of trucks and construction. While this was a serious annoyance, and one made significantly worse by the fact that I work at home, the much more serious consequence, and the one that I think all of you should be concerned about, are the health issues that this construction led to. I was one of at least a half dozen nearby neighbors who developed serious upper respiratory illnesses during this time, illnesses that were new or far worse than these people had ever experienced. My uncharacteristic 10 months of serious health problems led to over 24 doctor visits and surgery about 4 months ago. I was fortunate. I had health insurance, the time, and resources to deal with my illnesses. It makes me very angry and very sad to imagine all of the residents, your constituents, in Minneapolis neighborhoods who might face similar health issues because of this plan. Many people will not have the resources to deal with these health issues that may occur. This is one of many potential unintended consequences of this plan that encourages teardowns of existing homes. I urge you to allow ward by ward and neighborhood by neighborhood amendments that are much more thorough than have been taken to date. Untargeted rezoning is not what will bring Minneapolis to be the healthy, safe, affordable city that we all want, and we share in that desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 70, Mike. 71 is next, Elizabeth, then Isaac, then Catherine.
Good evening. My name is Mike. I work right over here in Marquette. I actually didn't know what I was going to say, but listening to everybody, I kind of came up with something. I'm not for or against this plan, but I am the dreaded evil capitalist. I'm not a builder, but I believe without capitalism, we live in caves. And one thing I think is interesting is that I can look at Baltimore, St. Louis, San Francisco, LA, Portland, and Seattle, and every last one of them has the same exact problem. They have affordability crisis, they have fill-in-the-gap justice problems, and so I read every single bio of these city councils, and it's almost like they're interchangeable. To include this one, all the ideas are the same, all of the planning is the same. It's definitely this huge top-down philosophy of government. And so I'm wondering if, instead of doubling down, maybe there's something else that can be done. And as far as this homeless issue and these 10 cities, I've always been surprised that the 10 cities haven't come here. And I don't suspect that we've seen the last of 10 cities and more 10 cities. And I suspect that they'll end up in places like that museum area with the cherry on the spoon to make a big ordeal of it. So I think there's a lot of leading indicators that are coming this way if we just look at these cities who have miserably failed at implementing ideas like this. Thank you.
Thank you. 71 is Elizabeth, then Isaac, Catherine, and Colin.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Johnson. I'm from Elk River and currently a sophomore there. Shout out to Mr. Janan. I'd like to start off by thanking you for taking into consideration of what we're saying, and even if I personally disagree with it. I love Minneapolis. I love the culture and the vitality it has to offer. In truth, I agree that taking action with the safety of the public, being represented fairly in the eyes of the council, and achieving a community that welcomes all is important, if not necessary. However, I also believe achieving urban forestry protection is vital, that recognizing that most affordable housing is going to lead to denser populations, if not built on the outskirts where it is statistically proven that it's harder to get people to move in. What will this do to taxes, overall population, and when the overcrowding community is becoming difficult to function, what will you do? Let's reform this into something better for the environment, political, and economical values of the city of Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 72, Isaac.
Hi, my name is Isaac Foote. I live at 402 University Ave Northeast. I am 22 years old. I just graduated from the University of Minnesota. I've moved 4 times in the last 4 years. So I have seen kind of very on a first-hand basis what the rental market looks like out there, and it is very tight, as you know, as the vacancy rate shows, and as I think a lot of people here know. And what that means is that when you're looking to live somewhere, you don't really have that many options. And so what that means is that I'm living in a duplex, and I love living in a duplex because by having these multi-unit housing, I have flexibility with where I can live. I'm not limited to one specific area. I can branch out into different neighborhoods, different areas of the city that I would have never really been able to access if the only option was a rental single-family home. So I really am strongly in support of the 2040 plan because I do really appreciate my multi-unit housing, and I hope that that can continue to expand so that it's not just my area in Northeast where I'm living in a 110-year-old house where that's the only place that I can get a duplex. So thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 73, Catherine. Then it will be Colin, Nicole, and Sarah Lynn.
Hi, my name is Catherine Picorni, and I live at 2918 Fillmore Street, Northeast. I support this plan, and I commend the Commission's dedication to promoting long-term sustainable development. The Met Council has projected a population increase of 105,000 people between 2010 and 2040, as well as an increase in 570,000 jobs. We will not be able to maintain this level of economic expansion without integrating these new residents into our community in an equitable way. The alternative is to push residents out from the metro area, which puts a significant environmental and socioeconomic burden on our community as a whole. Increased density will allow for the development of complete neighborhoods in which residents are not required to drive long distances to access necessary services and goods. All residents deserve the right to be able to access these necessary services without the economic burden of owning and maintaining a car. Additionally, increasing density is a necessary precursor for furthering investment in an integrated public transit network, which would benefit our city as a whole. Ultimately, increasing density would allow us to accommodate both a growing population while minimizing the environmental impact of that growth. I believe that this plan is what's best for the greatest number of residents, and I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 74, Colin, then Nicole, Sarah Lynn, and Karen.
Hi, I'm Colin Grove. I live at 1906 Clinton Avenue South. I grew up in South Minneapolis in a single-family home. I remember playing ping pong with my dad in the backyard, learning baseball in the front yard, in my dad's gardens, in all yards. With that in mind, the types of neighborhoods that I grew up in with almost exclusively single-family homes are not sustainable and they are not equitable. And so I support the 2040 plan, but especially the aspects that encourage improving affordable housing, increasing housing supply in every single neighborhood. I think that is really an important component of this plan. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Speaker 75, Nicole.
Hi, my name is Nicole Bridgeland. I live at 622 4th Street Southeast. I came to express support for the plan. I would also like to express that in agreement with the first speaker we heard from today, you're hearing from a lot of people who look a lot like me. And I think that it's extremely important that this plan take into account the need for affordable housing, the way it is set up now. It does seem likely that many people here are correct, that we're going to see a huge expansion in market rate housing, a huge expansion in luxury housing. We need to have affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 76, Sarah Lynn, and then Karen, David, and Adam.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lynn Romanishan. I live in the Wedge neighborhood in Uptown. I've been through the gentrification and displacement this plan will cause. You get to recognize the signs, and this plan has all the signs. I do not support this plan and ask that you follow St. Paul and send it back for 6 months for a thorough rewrite and real outreach. Only 18,000 comments by less than 18,000 people in a city of over 400,000 is not engagement to be proud of. Minneapolis 2040 so far is divisive, haphazard, heavy-handed, difficult to understand, difficult to access, deceptive, not environmentally friendly. It's guaranteed gentrification. It's guaranteed displacement. It's unstudied and unfounded, elitist and classist. It's not equitable, and it's completely backwards. Designed specifically for the rosy future of developers, flippers, and large corporate managers and owners and their banks, not for the residents. It's designed for 15 to 20-year profit churning and price gouging. Yet at current zoning, we can already achieve density goals. I find that very interesting. Starting with an engagement plan decided without public engagement and not including even a simple postcard, it's been a dicey process. And there are still people in the city that don't know about Minneapolis 2040. Then allowing the Planning Commission, a non-decision-making appointed body, to pass amendments before the public sees them and decide what gets presented to the City Council. I ask that you stop this flawed process in its tracks. Treating our future just as carelessly as the present and past is no future. Normally, I would say you can't make this stuff up, but here it is, in print. A fantasy plan for the developer's Candyland. Don't approve, please send it back. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring this to number 77, which is Karen, then David, Adam, and Dan. Karen Peterson. Okay, if Karen comes, she will be welcome to speak. 78 is David. David Gregerson. Okay. Adam, 79. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Adam Miller. I live at 4931 18th Avenue South, and I'm here to speak in support of the plan. People have already touched on most of the main topics already, so we're facing a climate crisis, we have a housing price crisis, we have a housing diversity crisis in our city, and we are an ongoing tragedy of racial disparities. All those topics you've heard enough about already, or maybe not, but I'm going to focus on something else. I want to talk about how I think the plan can make my neighborhood better. I live in Hale, way down south of the creek, between the creek and Richfield, and I think more neighbors will make my neighborhood better for me and better for the rest of the city. I'm speaking today because I want more housing choices in the neighborhood. We need options for our older residents as they are no longer capable of taking care of a house. We need options in our neighborhood for them. We don't have very many down in our part of the city. My father-in-law lives in Nebraska. He's thinking of moving to be closer to his kids and his grandkid. But we look around our neighborhood, there isn't really any place for him to be. He knows he can't take care of a house. He doesn't want to take care of a house. If there were some small multi-unit buildings in the neighborhood, or more of them, there are a few, he might have more options. That makes our neighborhood better. More neighbors makes our neighborhood better. It means more people who can do what we do, walk to the grocery store, take the bus to work, use our bike paths to bike as a family. More people should have the option to take advantage of those things, and more people in our neighborhood should have those options. Our neighborhoods need more people to work right. They had more people when they were built. The shrinking family sizes over the last several decades means that there are fewer people living in the same number of houses. We need to add more housing units so that people can live and live in complete neighborhoods where they can get to the things they need without having to depend on a car all the time. Just around the corner from us on Bloomington Avenue south of 50th, there are 4 large, brand new, recently built homes that replaced smaller single-family homes. On the other side of the street, which the houses that were built originally are duplexes. They were built that way because it was allowed back then when those houses were built. We need to stop missing those opportunities to add the gentle density that we can absorb into our neighborhoods without any problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 80 is Dan. Dan Schmidt. 81 would be Emily, and then Ava.
Hello, my name is Emily Neiswanger, and I am a millennial who lives in the Nokomis neighborhood. Numerous times I've heard that this plan would benefit my generation by providing multi-unit housing opportunities for us to live in. I'm here to tell you that this is not what millennials want. We want to buy a home. This plan, in my opinion, would further limit that inventory. Currently, affordable homes are being bought up by developers and turned into McMansions. For example, a house behind ours that went on the market for $100,000 was renovated by developers and sold for over $400,000. My fear is that this plan, as it is written, would limit the affordable homes in my neighborhood and take the affordable houses and be been built into triplexes and apartments that are no longer affordable, lessening the chances for ownership by my generation. Please consider setting a limit on the number of houses that can be purchased for the purpose of upzoning them on each block. I think there needs to be balance. Lastly, the fact that the entire city of Minneapolis is subject to blanket upzoning no matter where or what the neighborhood currently is like tells me that the unique characteristics of each Minneapolis neighborhood were not taken into consideration when this plan was formed, which I believe is a mistake, but not too late to fix. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 82 is Ava, then Bridget and Mary. Number 82, Ava. 84 is Bridget. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Bridget, and I'm from the Fulton neighborhood in Minneapolis. Thank you so much for letting me talk this evening. Everything that I've taught my kids and everything that they've learned in school is that the key to solving problems is working together and collaborating, having conversations, and seeking compromise. This is not what is happening in Washington, D.C. And sadly, this is not what is happening with this 2040 plan. You have created so much divisiveness, pitting people against each other, and polarization. In fact, one of your council members thought it was okay and fair to tweet stereotypes and prejudices against residents of Southwest Minneapolis. This is what I call hate. And it's exactly what I and the school teach our kids not to be like. We teach them to be respectful. This doesn't bring us together. I am a Southwest Minneapolis resident, and I, along with others, don't appreciate this polarization and us versus you dialogue. But more than a Southwest resident, and most importantly, I am a Minneapolitan, and I don't have it on now, but I love my Minneapolis, and I love my button, and I love my Minneapolis t-shirts proudly. I cherish my many, I'm getting nervous here.
You're okay, you're good, it's okay.
I cherish my many neighbors and friends all over the city. We all get along and we don't call each other names. I do want more diversity and affordable homes in Southwest Minneapolis. But I do not think the blanket rezoning and tearing apart our city is going to get that. I would love to see the city buying the most affordable homes and using them to achieve more affordable homes for those in need. I wish that this happened in North Minneapolis, but instead a greedy developer bought a bunch of homes and is now renting them at outrageous prices to residents. And if Minneapolis were to buy those homes and either sell them to their residents or rent them cheaper, they would have affordable homes.
Thank you.
I just want to finish. We do not need to give away historic homes to developers so that they can build wealth and we lose out. I ask you to thoughtfully consider taking more time to passing this plan and really working together on all sides so we can get this plan right. Listen to us thoughtfully and consider all of our comments. This could be all of our plan if you do so. Then it will truly be a comprehensive, compromising plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Speaker 86, Mary, then Jeff, Jen, and Carol. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mary Paddock. I live at 2782 Dean Parkway.
There are three reasons that I'm opposed to this plan. One is it's a huge risk. This has not been tried anywhere. And the whole future of our city is at stake. There is no research. It's a total apple cart upset. Let's see where the apples land. We'll put fourplexes wherever we want. Meanwhile, places like the North Side in Minneapolis that need a focused Marshall Plan to help them are totally neglected. This is not a plan to help them. So in addition to being a risk, the plan does not do what it should. It does not provide for the infrastructure that would be needed for increased density. It does not provide for the thing that is most crucial when you talk about affordable housing, and that is putting money in people's pockets. There's nothing about economic development. There's nothing about how to raise people's income. There's nothing about education. It jeopardizes the lakes, which are the jewel of our community. There is no real solution for affordable housing. I myself asked Heather Worthington at a meeting if it would solve the affordable housing issue. She said no. Would it solve the density issue? She said no. I said, well, why do we need this fourplex proposal? And she said it's because senior people want to age in place. Well, that was a new one. It hasn't been proposed. It was made up on the spot. Most importantly, the plan is polarizing. It pits young against old. You've seen it tonight. Young against old. Bikers against people who can't bike. Homeowners against renters, parts of the city against each other. This is wrong. It is reprehensible. Not only is the city council not tamping down this hostility, it's fanning it with inflammatory comments. This is shameful, and it has to stop. This is not community building, it's community breaking. Council members, wake up. Minneapolis 2040 is hurting our community. You can see how confused and angry people are. In his inaugural address, Mayor Fry pledged that his administration would be about coming together, uniting around a shared vision. That's what a plan is supposed to do. It's not supposed to drive us apart. The plan does not unite us. It does tear us apart. Be responsible, restart the process, and this time, listen to the people who live here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 87 is Jeff. 88, Jen. 89, Carol. Hi.
Hi, my name is Jeff Oden, and I live in the Fulton neighborhood. Have basically for my whole life, and I'm very thankful that in the 13th Ward, our council member, Linnea Palmisano, did send us a notification that this 2040 plan was happening. And so, at least in our part of the city, I think we were informed, and it was very good. It is disconcerting to me that I've been told by a number of people that our opinion, you know, living in a nice home that I'm very proud of in South Minneapolis, I don't really think I've ever been thought of as being a racist, or anybody's ever thought I was a racist before for wanting to live in a nice home. I'm concerned for the young people who have spoken tonight that they look at the price of a house today and they think there's no way they're going to ever be able to do that. And I have to tell you that when I was their age, I thought the same way. We never thought that we would be able to pay $250 a month every month for a home, and that was at 8% interest rates. But everything changes, things go up, things go down, and I think young people have to figure out a way to be optimistic about the future instead of think that they're never going to be a part of this. But I don't think that destroying our neighborhoods by the total upzoning is any way to make a future for anybody. And recently, I would just like to make one more point. We just had an election, and the residents of Minneapolis were able to vote on a referendum, yes or no, on something that was a much smaller item on the increasing the patrol limits for selling whiskey in the city. It used to be just, probably as far south as Lake Street, and the city voted to accept that. I think this is a far more drastic affecting plan for the city of Minneapolis, and I think that we should have the same opportunity to vote yes or no, or at the minimum, I think the city council should delay a vote until another election cycle and let the city council and the mayor make their case to the residents of Minneapolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 88 is Jen, then Carol, then Amity.
Must be my handwriting. It's Jane. This is a very serious time, and I'm sorry that we lost so many council members for this discussion. Minneapolis has two features which distinguish it from all other cities in the country. The first we all agree, I know, and that's its natural beauty. The chain of lakes, the Mississippi River, Minnehaha Creek, and the park system, which places a park within easy walking distance for every resident in the city. The second, and probably more important characteristic in Minneapolis, is its history of citizen engagement. From the volunteers who serve the park and rec centers and schools, to the judges at polling booths, to the thousands of volunteers from more than 100 nonprofits in all areas of civic life that seek to provide better health care, education, employment, housing, environment, and art experiences for all. We have been a national model for civic engagement and philanthropy. This is our heritage. These are the things that you, the council members, are charged with protecting. The current plan jeopardizes unnecessarily the enjoyment for all in our city of these incredible natural resources by ignoring, thwarting, or circumventing the Shoreland Overlay District restrictions. This district is meant to protect in perpetuity for these natural resources from the pressures of development and give everyone in the city real refreshment of spirit and enjoyment of the out of doors by limiting the height and distance of buildings from our precious and unique resources. Secondly, Minneapolis has been known for good government, for encouraging citizen participation in every aspect of life. Yet the developers of the 2040 plan, I find out, have been spending 2 years behind closed doors putting together a plan without informing and involving the citizens, without allowing the neighborhoods to help figure out where to put 37,000 people in the next 20 years, and how to help lift up those who've lived in generational poverty, a national disgrace. I believe that all who choose to live in Minneapolis choose equity, justice, and a healthy environment. This plan ignored the citizens, ran around the citizens, avoided informing the citizens. I asked the City Council to halt the plan, to ask for an environmental impact statement, to call for a meeting in all the city neighborhoods.
Thank you.
To inform the future health and welfare of the city of Minneapolis.
Thank you. 89 is Carol, then 90, Amity, Donna, Tekken, and Charles.
I'm Carol Becker, 3201 48th Avenue South. Most of you up there know me. And I'm here today to oppose this plan. I'm here to oppose this plan for a lot of reasons. I've been writing a lot about it. The one I want to talk about today is racism. If you've not looked at page 102 of the plan, you will find that the brown belt of Minneapolis is right there on a map. In fact, the planning department was kind enough to make it brown, in case you were wondering. That goes between south of Lowry, north of 38th, where we have our largest concentrations of people of color. And if you live in that area, you are going to be subject to more disruption, more destruction of your neighborhoods than if you live in a white place. That's racism. Racism is building housing that people can't use. And If you look at your statistics, Black and Latino families are more than twice as likely to have 3 or more children. 90+% of all of our new housing is 2 bedrooms or less. So unless you're going to stack those children in like logs, you can't live in that kind of housing if you have 3+ children, and that is racist. I think the thing that bothers me most, and I can go on this, the thing that bothers me most is the loss of voice. One of the most fundamental things about racism is that we don't listen to people of color. What we have here is a top-down plan written by white planners, and 75% of your planning department is white. We got the numbers. Top-down, one-size-fits-all, everybody is the same. What North Minneapolis needs is what Uptown needs, which is what Neenah needs. It's all the same. We haven't given a chance for those people to have their voice heard, and I hate this. I hate sitting here having to sit and talk about this. We can stop this. You can start this process over, and you can do a bottom-up, and we can have a mosaic of policies and a mosaic of practices that meets the needs of this whole community instead of one-size-fits-all. This is horrible. This is awful, and we should stop this. The thing that pisses me off most, is you guys aren't going to listen to this. Because I've listened to you guys. I've been to your meetings, and you guys have drunk this Kool-Aid, this top-down, we know best for everybody. We're sitting here with hundreds of people, thousands of people commented they don't want this, and yet this is going to be shoved down everybody's throat. It didn't have to be this way. We could have had a plan that came from the neighborhoods, that everybody could have had a voice, and it could have fit all the different needs of the city, but that's not what we got. What we got is one arrogant plan, one way, and it's also very racist. We need something different. Stop this plan, take a vote, show some balls, proverbial balls, people, proverbial, to write a plan that meets the needs of everybody, not a few arrogant, top-down white planners from City Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So speaker 90 is Amity. Welcome. We have about 40 speakers left, so I will just keep reminding folks to please stick to the time and hold your applause and comments. Thank you.
Thank you. First, to the woman who cried when she was testifying and kept apologizing, never apologized for testifying in public. You just did something really powerful. So, just own that. So, my name is Amity Foster. I am a renter in Northeast Minneapolis, just like 52% of the city that rents. I have been told over and over that I need to buy a home to be fully invested in my community, both to my face and inside digs about me not committing. Homeownership is a path to stability, security, generational wealth, everything like that. So I hate being told that I'm not invested in my community. If anybody here knows me, I am deeply invested in my community. What happens in Ward 3 does not just happen in Ward 3, it happens in Ward 4, Ward 11, Ward 13, all of them. My husband and I will never be homeowners. We both have debt, like wage garnishment debt, on payment plans, like I know the bill collector's phone numbers and they're blocked on my cell phone so they can't get a hold of me debt. My apartment is my home and I love it. The opportunities and paths to homes, to housing that previous generations had need to be opened to all of us. The 2040 comp plan opens that door. It is not a floodgate to bulldozers. It is not a floodgate to rampant destruction of green space. People previous to me have spoken about the systemic issues that will not be solved by the comp plan and offered up other ideas. Public housing, tenants' bill of rights. We have a homeowner's bill of rights, we should have a tenant's bill of rights. They also suggested taxing the rich. We should explore those paths. I support the 24 comp plan. I strongly encourage the city to think even bigger about how we can really show that housing is a right and one that we need to fight for. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 91, Donna. Then Tekin, Charles, and Joey.
Yeah, my name is Donna Nesty, and I live in Phillips neighborhood. So I don't live in Southwest neighborhood, but I'll tell you, I am against this plan. I see a lot of holes in it, a lot of holes, and I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. I applaud your goals. I walked down here tonight. I'll probably take the train home and walk past the tent city to get to my house. And in the summer, I ride my bike. I own a car, but I seldom drive it in the city. So I applaud those goals. But here are my concerns. First off, there's nothing in this plan that guarantees affordable housing. Nothing. Density, as one other person said, does not guarantee affordable housing. If you look at the most dense areas of our city, like downtown, for instance, I certainly couldn't afford to live downtown, but it's very dense. What's up with this zoning? Phillips, Zone 1. Powderhorn neighborhood, Zone 2, residential. What does that mean? Does that mean the bulldozers are going to come in and bulldoze our houses down and build all high buildings? I just don't get this zoning. If you're going to, look at a plan that's going to create density, I think every neighborhood should be equitably, made to do it if that's your plan. And mostly what bothers me is I have lived a long time. I'm going on 70, and I have lived in this city most of my life, and I have seen gentrification. And to me, this is gentrification. If you build these places, I'm not sure they're going to be affordable. I think it's greed. There's developers all over the world just smacking their lips to get in here and rip down our city. And I think it's sort of lazy for you guys to just let them in. And one more thing. This is something that nobody's brought up. But over in not Prospect Park, but the park over there by Hennepin Avenue, a whole slew of small businesses got ripped down just recently for big developers to come in and build over them. They just got kicked out. I'm worried about Lake Street, a vibrant, just multicultural area of little tiny shops up and down the street. What's going to happen to them? Is the city going to decide the same thing that happened to these businesses downtown here? That you can just come in and rip them down and then build something up over them? Thank you.
Thank you. 92 is Tekken, then Charles, Joey, and John.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tekken Zeaida. I live at 230 Oak Grove. I just want to say, Councilmember Cunningham, maybe the words weren't right, but I think I do understand what you were trying to say, and I just want to show support for you. Having said that, I do believe that this plan is a fraud, and I think that we all, including you, know it. To me, it is nothing more than a carte blanche for developer donor class and other corporate interests standing to profit off of our perceived provincial naivete. At the constituent level, all we've really seen are fighting matches between white homeowners trying to protect their investments and younger whites trying to create an investment, or as the handsome guy said from Ward 10, build up his portfolio. I personally resent the false commitments to equity and that this farce of a plan is being sold on the backs of POC I and I communities. But I digress. Today I am coming to you with my entrepreneur hat on as the founder of Vision Management Group Inc. and Citywide Artists. In 1996, we launched the business with no investment and very little support from the business community out of our apartment on Spruce. And as some of you know, the main reason why I even ended up in this arena is because I lost my business and my home to development. Since then, I have realized that the brunt of our city's growth schemes will be borne on the backs of POC I and I business, families, and resources. In Loring alone, as the woman before me just stated, we have seen this city turn its back on the rhetoric and destroy several POC I and women-owned businesses and yet another cherished arts organization. The exact sort of businesses that create the walkable, vibrant city that you guys profess that you want. I ask the council to insert direct language into this plan stating that where POCI and I businesses or women-owned small businesses in general and art organizations are displaced or destroyed, that those lots be reserved for affordable housing and commercial corridors as an amendment. With dedicated municipal support, this will open up funding to said businesses for relocation and/or compensation for loss of business. This action is the only way to protect POCI and I business, low-income families, and the resources of the average Minneapolis entrepreneurs from an otherwise solely market-driven agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. 93 is Charles, then Joey, John, and Eric.
Hello, I'm Charles Carter, and I'm against this plan. I live at 1500 LaSalle, and the developments going up on 14th and Nicollet, kitty corner to me, their rents are starting at $250 to $1,000 higher than what my rent currently is. Just like the Planning Commission didn't protect me on how this will impact affordable housing, I don't see that anything in the 2040 plan will. I'm a regular member of Citizens Loring Park, and there's hardly any stake for neighborhood organizations in this plan. They're barely mentioned. I'm a heavily engaged member of Minneapolis College. All of which, the building I live in, the neighborhood I serve, and the community around the school I love is all supposed to be rezoned as institutional and office buildings based on the draft map I've obtained. I suspect the bit of that which is housing will go the same direction that the 14th and Nicollet development did. That's not why I'm here, though. I'm here because this plan is going to affect everyone in the city in every way for 20 years. And the people aren't being given the opportunity to determine their own future upon this plan. They're barely even given the opportunity to influence the plan. The Planning Commission last 2 weeks ago took 15 minutes to vote after 4.5 hours of testimony on a 400+ page plan with 93 different policies, whose recent draft has only been available for a little over a month, showing little regard for public input. One of the commissioners, Nick Magrino, even tweeted a complaint about the tyranny of the least busy in relation to public input the next day. If this draft has actually taken into account all the public input prior to this, then it has been publicly available enough to review all the changes. Hence, I'm asking that you delay this plan like St. Paul recently has, and also put it up for public referendum. That way people have time to refine the plan and actually have authority over their lives, as they should with something that will reshape their lives for decades, like how this plan is going to reshape my entire life and the communities I love and serve. I just leave you with this. Do you not believe in the plan, or do you not believe in the people? Because if you believe in the plan, you should be able to make a case for it and mail it out to people. And if you believe in the people, then you should be able to allow them to vote on their own future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 94 is Joey, then John, Eric, and Chip. So 94, Joey.
Hello, my name is Joey Sankier. I live at 121 Washington Avenue South. I generally support the Minneapolis 2040 plan and its current revision. I think it's a good start towards making the changes that we need to make as a city to both compensate for the history of exclusionary zoning and redlining, and also to start to face the challenge of climate change, which is really going to be the single most significant challenge that we face as a community, as a civilization, for the rest of our lives. The science is clear on this. The most effective way to meet this challenge is to allow for increased density. Rooftop solar is nice. Electric vehicles will help a little. But the only way to actually make an impact on climate change is to significantly reduce the amount of energy it takes to get people from one place to another. And the best way to do that is to let people live closer to the places they want and need to go. And I think this is a challenge that we can meet as a city, and I think 2040 plan is a good start. We're letting duplexes and triplexes be built in the 87 neighborhoods where they already exist. So that's good. But we also need to go further and allow even more density in the places where there is transit and jobs and things that can support that. We're doing that some places. We're doing it downtown in the current plan. We're doing it by Westlake area. But there's other places where, but we need the entire city to do that. So in the Kenwood neighborhood, right next to what we learned today, will be a station of the biggest transit investment this region has ever made. We've got a station, and right next to it is planned for triplexes. Maybe along 21st Street we can allow a 3-story apartment building or 2. Closer to downtown, on the south side of Loring Park, there is the whole south side of the neighborhood is currently filled up with 6 to 10-story buildings that have been there for nearly a century. And in the revised version of the plan, though, that's guided for up to 4 stories. So I guess those 2 places, those 2 areas, and all the other areas, I'm asking you to have the courage to fix those issues and continue on. Thank you.
Thank you. 94 is Joey, then John, Eric, Chip. '94. Oh, I'm sorry. 95 is John, then Eric. Forgot to check you off.
Excuse me, I hate public speaking and conflict, and I'm sorry for yelling in the hallway or getting in arguments. So I'm going to read off my phone and not make eye contact after this. My name is John Barnett. I live at 1419 West 27th Street, apartment 12 in Ward 7. I wanted to voice my support for this plan. I specifically support upzoning in my ward, Ward 7, especially the Kenwood neighborhood, which has, in my opinion, saw some unjustified downzoning in the plan. With the federal funding being approved for the Southwest light rail line, I think Kenwood should be treated like any other neighborhood along a major transit line. But in a broader sense, I'm for this plan because right now I think it'll do the most good for the most people. I do think it could do more. And I also generally ask that homeowners not be afraid of renters in their neighborhoods. It's financially impossible for many of us to buy property, but we are still invested in our city and our communities. We just need a little bit of help from our neighbors. I promise you, we have the capacity to love, engage with, and take care of our neighborhoods, even if we lack the financial means to buy property. In my opinion, a future-oriented plan should serve the broadest amount of people possible and address the impending challenges that the city is facing. We know for certain that there is a housing shortage. We know for certain that the cost of living is becoming unaffordable, and we know for certain that climate change is here. I am for this plan because my generation and future generations need density if we are to inherit a future in which climate change is only somewhat catastrophic rather than outright apocalyptic. When considering this plan, please weigh the need to address climate change against the instinct to preserve modern privileges and conveniences. We should take responsibility for our impact on our climate for future generations. Change is scary, but I hope we can agree that change needs to start with us and change needs to start now. So I ask you to vote yes.
Thank you. 96 is Eric, then Chip, Kyla, and Nick.
Hello, members of the council. I am Eric Wunderlich. I live in the Marcy Homes neighborhood. I'm absolutely amazed that we have probably 100% agreement on the goals of the comprehensive plan. What we don't have is we don't have a plan. While we all agree on these goals, I think that we need to send this document back for another 6 months and actually develop a plan to go along with it. The great aspirations, the issues that we want to address around housing affordability, equity, environmental issues, again, we all agree on that. But what this document will bring, what this is a shot in the dark, that maybe some of these things will arrive at some of these goals. What we will get is we'll get $1 million accessory dwelling units in Kenwood. We'll get 15-bedroom duplexes or triplexes around the campus. We'll find that every single available affordable house, existing affordable housing, is going to be bought up and developed into, what, 500 square foot apartments that rent for $1,500 a month. This plan puts its trust in an industry that celebrates the fact that even in light of an impending decline in the market, they anticipate that rents will continue to rise. They celebrate the sale of a rental property on the University of Minnesota campus for over $300,000 per unit. They celebrate rents that are expected to go over $3 per square foot. This is way too important to trust the developers to somehow create affordability. We hear from millennials. I know plenty of young people that would love to buy a house, but the way this plan is laid out, any possible home that they could afford as a first-time home buyer is going to be a target for developers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Chip, and then we have Kyla and Nick. And that's number 97, 98, and 99.
My bike. Lucky 97 here. I'm Chip Jenny from Ward 13. I happen to notice that there were also 97 policies when 2040 started, and now there are 96, but there is still a missing 87. And I have some ideas for something you can insert for policy 87. One idea is an escape clause. If you find wealth accreting not to neighbors, but to landlords, maybe in the next couple of years you can study who's buying the properties, what are they doing with them, have an escape clause in the plan to say, you know what, it's not working the way we intended, we're going to try to modify it. If that's possible, I think you should look at that. Policy 26 is the Vision Zero policy, I believe, and it's a complete adulteration of what Vision Zero is. It's an internationally recognized, empirically validated standard for safety, in particular in urban areas. And the one thing that it calls for is, amongst many things, but at the top of the pyramid is a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit. You don't mention that, and in fact, you weaken the standard from serious injury to severe injury, which is to say, it would be a near fatal injury rather than being badly hurt that they're protecting against. And what I would say is the right thing to do is to drop the Vision Zero standard, but the smart thing to do, if you can upzone this entire city, you can downzone all the streets in the city to 20 miles per hour and be like London, and be like Bristol, England, which is the same approximate land size as Minneapolis and population, and they're saving 4 to 5 lives a year. Those are 4 to 5 precious souls. If you put a money figure on it, it's $8 million is what an average American is worth. The other thing is schools have been forgotten, and that's how I got involved in this. Portland chose, they're going to upzone the city, but Portland chose to downzone portions of the city where schools are over capacity. And it just so happens, unfortunately, the Southwest is over capacity, and the North, the schools are dying. And you need to do something about that. Final thought, new sheriff in town, Hutch.
Thank you.
All right, all right. Free homes to first responders, thanks.
Kyla is up next, and then we'll have Nick and David.
Hi, my name is Kyla Cromer, Bryn Mawr, Ward 7, and I want to speak in support of the plan. I personally am impressed with the incredible effort and numerous neighborhood meetings that have been held. I've known about 2040 for close to 2 years, I would say. So long ago, I don't remember how I first heard about it. I was trying to think back a few minutes ago on the 2030. There must have been one, right? And the reason no one remembers is because it wasn't bold enough, and we need something bold, and that's why we're all here at this point. That's what got us to here. Somebody earlier said this plan does not guarantee this, that, and the other. Of course it doesn't. That we can't guarantee anything about the future, but we have to use best as what we know to make choices. And we elected you because we don't have time to learn about every aspect of the environment and what the speed limit is in Bristol, or all of these kinds of things. And we have to trust you to do that. If we put this to a vote to the population, it would be the 2070 plan by the time everyone got their input into it. I've lived in Minneapolis since I went to the U of M in 1980. I had apartments downtown and uptown Lynn Lake, and then I've lived in Bryn Mawr, for 27 years. And during the last few years, we've seen people on all the street corners asking for money, and then it wasn't like that most of the time that I've lived here. I'm 55, looking to downsize, and I can't afford to stay in Bryn Mawr. There's nothing there for me. I interviewed for a job today uptown, and I was told that their biggest problem was cleaning out their doorways of the transients, and that just, my stomach just rolled. I knew it wasn't the right place for me. Multiple times a day, and what they did was they called the police multiple times a day. And I was told there's an 82% vacancy rate, which is much lower, and that tells me that already the developers are not successful in continuing to build luxury apartments. The market's gonna be at work there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Nick, David, and Patrick is on the queue.
Thank you, City Council members. I have a newfound respect for what you do after attending this meeting tonight. My name is Nick, and I live at 36 in Pillsbury in the Kingfield neighborhood. And I'm here to sprinkle in a little historical perspective to the mix tonight. If you look at a post-Depression era FHA underwriting manual, you will find it very clearly spelled out that restrictive housing and lending practices were to be coupled with certain zoning code restrictions in order to keep people of color out of quote-unquote desirable neighborhoods. And so it was for decades in cities across our nation that single-family housing zoning ordinances teamed up with racial covenants and redlining to deny people of color the right to live in entire sections of cities. As much as we'd like to think otherwise, Minneapolis was a participant in this dark history of discriminatory housing policies and practices. What's important to understand is this history is not some obscure chapter from our ancient past that we have made amends for and moved on from. The scars from such discriminatory policies are still very much with us today. The way in which the city of Minneapolis is currently designed and zoned is directly related to its historical policies sanctioning racial segregation. Even though racial covenants and redlining may be illegal today, the racial composition of our neighborhoods and racial disparities in our city can trace a direct line to the discriminatory housing policies of the past. Yesterday, houses in my neighborhood weren't available to some based on the color of their skin. Today, houses in my neighborhood aren't available to some based on their household income, while white residents in Minneapolis make approximately 3 times the income of Black and American Indian residents. Part of the solution, very clearly, is to allow more people into our neighborhoods, not to continue to exclude them. And to allow more people into our neighborhoods, we need to move past single-family zoning. Allowing more density alone will not solve the city's racial equity and affordable housing issues, as the city itself has acknowledged multiple times, but it is a necessary first step. Fortunately, that's what the 2040 plan strives to do, because our city planners look to the past before they began to plan for the future. So I decided to come here tonight in person to offer my sincere gratitude to the members of the long-range planning team who have spent the last 2 years understanding how the public's desire for racial equity can be implemented through zoning. Although I think 2040 could go further and allow more density, I applaud the city's efforts and urge the council to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is David, and then we have Patrick and Peter, and that's number 100, 101, and 102.
Good evening. I see it's thinning out here while the evening moves on. My name is David Sadler. I live in Linden Hills these days. Originally, I was born at Idle Hospital, which is right on the edge of Loring Park. Grew up in the city in northeast Minneapolis, very much a blue-collar area of the city. Graduated from Edison High School. enjoyed the rivalries of the other areas of the city. Washburn was a bunch of cake eaters in my life, in my world, but that's a long time ago. I'm not sure yet that that's really gone away, but I think there's residue feelings of that around. In 2040, I'll be 98. Didn't quite make the 100 mark, but I'll be 98 years old at that time. And I intend to be back here in 2038 to tell you I said so. I'm against the plan. I'm not against the goals and the things that the plan is trying to strive for. It's just not going to work the way it is now. It needs serious rework. And as I think I mentioned already, there's no doubt there's a lack of affordable housing all across the city and even all across the country. And we need to do something about that plan, that problem, but the question is, what should we do? Not that we have the problem, but what should we do? The problem you run into and encounter along with the inequities of our economic system is the economics that we have to deal with in all matters in all of our lives. Everybody's affected by this. City governments, local governments, national governments, but we're constrained by the economics that we are dealing with, and it's hard to get around that problem. I guess my time is expired. But I think if you continue on the track that you're on with this plan, you'll go down a path that you can't get back away from. It's going to have a serious effect on the sustainability of the city. And I think, as other people have mentioned, I think you have to call time out, go back, rework the plan, and address the issues that are really the most important now, which is affordable housing and our environmental impact on the city. Thank you for letting me speak.
Now we have Patrick. And next up we have Peter and Lynette.
So we are on 102, Peter. Yeah, thank you, welcome.
So my name is Peter Berjourney. I live at 3055 22nd Avenue South. Thank you for holding this hearing and the opportunity to address you all. At the Planning Commission meeting a few weeks ago, and again here, we've heard a lot about this being a one-size-fits-all plan, that maybe we need a little more options for the whole city. Now obviously we have different zoning categories, and as you move farther away from downtown, we have the interior districts that step down in density, so it's not a one-size-fits-all plan. But what we're really talking about is previously fourplexes, now we're talking about triplexes. So there's lots of testimony that triplexes are not right for the city. They're not right for my neighborhood, maybe somewhere else, but not here. And I think in the face of climate change, triplexes are the absolute minimum that we can do. Anything less is the thoughts and prayers of climate advocacy. The UN climate report says that to fight climate change, we must build denser communities where more people walk and fewer people drive. Triplexes would enable this. So we must make this a citywide plan. To do any less would be a crime against the planet. Now, an earlier speaker talked about redlining, and I have a map that I'm sure we've all seen. So pay special attention here to Southwest. This was and continues to be one of the most desirable areas of the city. Now, some friends and I, based on the Planning Commission testimony a few weeks ago, made a map of opposition by neighborhood. And I just want you to look at these two. Maybe we'll place them side by side here. So I think it's very important that we make this a citywide plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 103 is Lynette, then Philip, Catherine, and Tony.
Hi. Thank you, Ms. Bender and fellow City Council members. My name is Lynette Davis, and I am a 28-year Minneapolis resident. I moved here from Chicago, married a Minnesotan, and fell in love with the natural beauty and livability of Minneapolis. Published online in March, this 2040 plan reflects the 14 goals adopted by the City Council, which include the laudable goals of promoting growth, adding living wage jobs and affordable housing, and maintaining a sustainable and diverse local economy. However, this goal to increase density in neighbors that don't want or need more density is absurd. And to those council members who think the Southwest citizens of the city have been too vocal, as noted in some tweets, shame on you. We, citizens of this beautiful city, have the right to express our concerns. We have been living with this increasing density for years now. We see what has happened already to the safety of our streets and to the livability of our neighborhoods. We don't want or need more density. We have enough. We are losing our uniqueness. The character of Uptown has been changed forever. What was once a fun, quirky, welcoming, and yes, diverse neighborhood has been transformed, not into a more walkable neighborhood and not a more diverse neighborhood, and definitely not a more affordable neighborhood. Uptown and the nearby Lynn Lake areas are now filled with sky-obstructing, architecturally uninteresting, and shadow-forming buildings. I've yet to see new development go up that most of the people here tonight, either supporting this rendition of the 2040 plan or opposing the plan, would consider affordable. Rent just keeps going up. In fact, in the Sotheby's real estate brochure that was sent to me yesterday, the units in the 6th-floor condo building being built at 1436 West 31st Street are going for between $2.5 and $4.5 million. Not affordable for the majority of the citizens in this state or city. Lost my place. Rent in Uptown, despite all the growth that has recently occurred, just keeps going up. I want to say just one more thing, two more things. 2 meetings I attended this summer, both in the Southwest Minneapolis with Heather Worthington, when someone made the comment that density does not make housing affordable. Ms. Worthington said, and I quote, "We never suggested density makes housing more affordable." And at the second meeting, she reiterated and said, "We didn't say density would increase affordability." How then will tearing down the beautiful wealth-creating housing stock in our neighborhoods to build 3- and 4-unit rentals, how is that going to increase affordability? Why are you proposing it in our neighborhoods? We don't want to be your experimental petri dish anymore.
Thank you. 104, Phil, and then Catherine, Tony, and Julia.
Madam Council President, Council, thank you very much. My name is Philip Qualley. I speak as a private resident here today. I was born in this city, have lived here all of my life. I live at 3021 Emerson Avenue South in the 10th Ward in the Uptown South neighborhood. My family and I have lived in our home for 35 years. We do not want to be forced to move from our home. Our parcel stands to be significantly upzoned, perhaps R6. We don't want to move. We don't want to be forced out of our home. We don't want to be taxed out of our home. Secondly, I respectfully ask the city to conduct an environmental impact study prior to adoption of this plan. Case in point, in 2016, the parcel at Lake and Street in Emerson was essentially spot rezoned against the Uptown Small Area Plan. The 56-foot roof height went up to nearly 100 feet. We now have HVAC noise that is wafting across our backyards, and we've lost the peaceful enjoyment of our yards. Our sound professional consultant who we hired has informed the city that the noise can be heard in our homes from the HVAC, and it is non-compliant compliant by state statute, and yet no action has been taken. Secondly, case in point, a mother elm tree on a boulevard within 75 feet to 100 feet of the development was healthy at the time before the development with new growth. The tree was lost within a year and a half after the development was built. It was not Dutch elm disease because the stump is still in the ground on your boulevard. It was not Dutch elm, and the tree, I'm very concerned for our urban canopy. Finally, I simply want to say that while I certainly support the need for affordable housing, with this plan, I certainly don't see it happening in Uptown. So again, finally, thank you for hearing me, Madam President, and I respectfully ask you to consider that an environmental impact study be performed before adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 105 is Catherine, and then Tony, Julia, and Katie. Catherine, Waymere. Okay. 106, Tony. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Tony Scallon. I live at 3716 40th Avenue South. I'm in one of those charts that he said where the opposition is, and that's Longfellow. I guess, as they say, do we get freedom of speech or do we get charted and only certain people get freedom of speech? I don't know. I actually got up here, I almost went home, and I saw it was 105, 106. But I want to talk about what upzoning means. My neighborhood has a lot of properties that can be developed. We are in the process, in fact, solving the food problem. Cub is building housing above its grocery store so they can just walk downstairs. But we are really developing along Hiawatha a lot of affordable housing and a lot of housing. And we're doing pretty well at it. What my memory, though, is, and I was talking to my neighbor who was born and raised in Phillips, is when Phillips neighborhood was upzoned, some of the landlords, forget about the developers, they don't really care much for us, but the landlords turned the buildings into triplexes. They come from single family to triplexes. They cut them up. They made things difficult. And the council members, I don't know what they're doing, but we spent a lot of time, 3 council members in a row, cleaning up the rundown property. That's after they rezoned it. So the real interesting thing that hasn't really one person identified, but I want to identify, is the problem you've got with rezoning and not having public hearings. Looks to me like people can just cut up a big house, a single-family home. So that is maybe one thing for my council member. He knows what I want. I want to take 38th Street off his development corridor. As far as other things, I want to keep the focus of our NRP in Longfellow was to fix up those little houses, those the little homes. They've all sold. They're affordable, not much affordable, but they're still fairly affordable. So I ask you to reconsider parts of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 107, Julia, then Katie.
Hi. My name is Julia Curran. I live in Ward 7, Precinct 9. Firstly, my father asked me to bring one message. He's 98 and didn't want to be here for 5 hours, but finds it hard to tear himself away. He said that cities are for people, not for buildings, not for cars. I'm speaking to support the comp plan and to urge you to increase land use intensity allowed west of Hennepin and around Lakes Parks to redress racist and anti-Semitic land use policies. I serve on my neighborhood board, East Isles, and on the city's pedestrian advisory committee. I'm a white passing mixed race multi-generational Minneapolitan, the grandchild of immigrants. I grew up in Lowry Hill and have lived in Ward 7 or 10 for 30 years. As a mixed race person whose family has faced racism and exclusion for the century we've been in the city, though much less than most Black, Indigenous, and other people of color here, it is deeply disappointing to me to see a lower intensity land use proposed west of Hennepin Avenue compared to east of Hennepin. It still neatly locks in over 100 years of racist, anti-Semitic, and xenophobic redlining and racial covenants. In a city with some of the nation's worst income inequality, this very low cap on the number of homes and amenities allowed in the racially concentrated areas of wealth is a perpetuation of our shameful racist history. I stay in Ward 7 because it's home to me, through my white extended family members and the systemic societal privileges they had. I'm angry that this comp plan reproduces and exacerbates racial and economic segregation in my own backyard. I feel betrayed by my city. I appreciate the substantial thankless work that CPED has done, but I'm disappointed at how timid it is, that it doesn't allow the densification the UN says is vital to surviving and reversing our climate breakdown. We are not a post-racism society, nor are we post-anti-Semitism. The rhetoric of nationalism and xenophobia targets people around the world and shares roots with local rhetoric putting neighborhood character above neighbors and decrying renters in a city where race and wealth are inextricably linked. The Met Council's population projections, which the comp plan uses, totally ignore the ways climate breakdown impacts our city and region, from domestic and international migration to the land use changes the UN's IPCC require for our collective survival. We need a 2040 plan commensurate with the challenges we face. Climate breakdown and racism are inextricably linked. We cannot address one without facing the other at any level, including in our comp plan. I urge you to strengthen and pass this comp plan as a first step. Thank you.
Thank you. 108 is Katie, then Jerome, then Travis.
Sorry. Hi, Council President Bender and council members, thank you for having me. My name is Katie Jones, and I live with my husband at 2219 Bryant Avenue South. Though I prefer the stronger density of the previous draft, I support this plan. Seeing that people are here pushing for stronger and weaker portions of this plan, it seems to me that you've actually struck a pretty good balance. But what is most important to me in this plan is that it provides guidance and direction on climate change mitigation, which has been said by a number of people. I work in energy efficiency. I actually calculated the city's 2015 greenhouse gas inventory, and I have used my triplex as a testing ground for electrifying space heating, as well as trying to make solar work in a multifamily setting. I'm an energy and climate nerd. I also highly value green space, and I know that there are places in the world that there are places in the world with the lowest carbon footprint per capita are the places that have the homes and destinations close to one another and have good public transit. People have asked for data several times tonight, and I would be happy to provide data on per capita carbon footprint. And if we truly recognize this fact that lower carbon footprints per capita is a thing that we want to strive for, I'm confident in our ability to say yes to green space and density. However, to do this, we need flexibility on height. On the built form maps, there have been height limitations to 2.5 stories. I would encourage you to consider increasing this limitation. Oh no, my computer turned down. And so that we can say yes to green space, yes to density, and yes to a lower carbon footprint. I'm excited about the housing diversity that this plan promotes, and currently 84% of non-condo residential buildings are single-family homes, which indicates to me that there's lots of opportunity to move or to bring more housing diversity and to move us towards a lower per capita carbon footprint. I'm also excited about policies 16, 17, 20, and 68, which call for phasing out fossil fuels in vehicles, prioritizing low carbon transportation, and doing deep carbon retrofits in existing buildings. I want to pause here to recognize how the absolute giant and necessary lift this is for decarbonizing our transportation and our building stock. And I encourage you to pass a sustainable building policy. Lastly, I want to end with change is uncomfortable and it can be hard, but I'm confident in the resilience of Minneapolitans. And I have really appreciated the big engagement that this council and the staff have done on this plan. I know you didn't have to, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. 109 is Jerome, then Travis, Mackenzie, and Peggy.
Good evening. I'm Jerome Chateau. I know some of you. I commend you for sitting through this and offering an opportunity to hear all of us. I'm originally from Paris, as some of you know, and I live in South Uptown. And the reason I came this evening after a few private conversations that I've had with some of you is also because I came here 2 years ago and spoke in favor of a project in my neighborhood, the Moxie Hotel on Lake Street. And I want to revisit the reasons of my support for this project. And as I said, being from Paris and being accustomed to European cities and their aesthetics in a city like Minneapolis, the urban corridors are mostly an eyesore, and there's not enough density, and buildings are really not very pretty to look at. And while the residential neighborhoods are actually a very beautiful experience, both in terms of aesthetics and livability. And when I saw the plan, I was somewhat disappointed by the fact that it seems that it didn't quite address my concerns for the changes that would be welcome in a city like this. The urban corridors need more density, and that's why I supported the Moxie Hotel. And unfortunately, in the plan, your minimum stories for the structures on those urban corridors, such as Lake Street, Hennepin, I'm talking about those type of corridors, is only 2 stories. And I invite you to raise that minimum to at least 4 or 5 stories. But on the other hand, that's where I think your approach is somewhat not even-handed, because on the other hand, it seems that you throw more density in what I think are wonderful neighborhoods that may need more density, but it has to be done very carefully. And I'm afraid what you are opening here is unleashing forces that would end up railroading those neighborhoods, in the sense that building these very deep structures that go all the way to the alley and really harming the fabric of this very unique habitat. So yes, there could be more density within those residential neighborhoods, but I invite you to be very careful of unintended consequences and to revisit the densification of those urban corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. 110 is Travis, then Mackenzie, Peggy, and Joseph.
Hi, my name is Travis Hochsprung. I live at 2634 34th Avenue South in Seward. Today I want to speak in favor of the plan. I first want to share a personal story. About a year ago, I bought our first house in Seward with my wife, and almost exactly a year to the day it's been since that happened, and I recently looked online to see what how it had appreciated, and I was amazed to see that in a single year my house is appreciated by approximately $15,000, and that is an absurd number to me, and that tells me that that we have an issue with supply of housing, and that we have more people moving in to our city that want to live here than we are building homes for, and that is a big sign of that happening, and I think we need to pass this plan to make sure we have enough housing for everyone, so everyone can live somewhere affordably in whatever neighborhood they choose, wherever they want to live, wherever they want to work. Secondly, I'd like to call out some of the comments and behaviors I've seen tonight, because I've been here since about 5, so I've heard a lot of comments. I want to talk about the people talking about divisiveness with this plan, accusing the city of being divisive. But when I look around and I see a lot of these signs, I want to ask who you think is being divisive. There are signs accusing the city of authoritarianism. There are elected officials giving testimony with very fiery language. And I want to ask who is being divisive here. Please do not accuse your political opponents of being divisive when you are the ones yourselves sowing division. And second of all, I want to talk about the way that people have talked about renters. There have been a few commenters that have talked about how they don't think renters are involved in their communities, and I find that just a horrible thing to say, because I have a chart right in my hand from the Minnesota State Demographic Center, and it breaks down by demographics what percentage of certain groups of people own or rent. And you see here, Somali Americans, they rent, 92.2% rent. African Americans, 75% rent. White, 77% own houses. So I want to say, when you trash renters, think about who you're trashing. And when people accuse you of racism for doing that, it might be because you are yourself a racist. Thank you.
Thank you. 111 is Mackenzie, then Peggy, Joseph, and Beth.
Hi, my name is Mackenzie Nelson. That was a tough act to follow. Oh my gosh, I want to say everything he just said. If I could just repeat that. I don't really have much to say other than I support this plan. I'm a renter in Ward 7. There's not enough housing. This promotes more housing, and I think that solves a lot of issues. I know a lot of people are arguing in the hallways. I'm one of them. I'm guilty of it. But I've also had a lot of conversations with people tonight that I don't think I would have ever spoken to on the opposite side. So I support this plan, and I found myself talking to a few people who oppose it. And I think we have more in common than we are led to think and believe. I know a lot of people are saying that we're being pitted against each other, but I think we are the ones doing it, not you guys. As a renter, I care about finding an affordable place to live, and right now I live next to $1 million homes with not a lot of places to rent. I see a lot of excess, and it makes me feel bad, but this is going nowhere. But I just support this plan. Please support this plan. It's doing a lot of good for the city. A lot of anyway, sorry. I support this plan.
Thank you. Peggy, welcome. Now famous.
My name is Peggy Reinhardt. I live at 2733 Girard Avenue South. I support the 2040 plan. I'm also known as Anton's mom. So we'll be talking. I live in an 18-unit condo building in the Wedge neighborhood. It was the first apartment building converted to a condominium in our fair city, 1969. Back then, people with vision made a decision that benefited renters who became homeowners. Now, you are being asked to be those leaders with a focus on the future, 22 years from now. As ever, city government, unlike developers, serves all demographics. Young and old, able-bodied and those with disabilities, people with money and those with less. To me, the city staff has worked to remedy past inequities, especially regarding zoning and housing. I support multifamily buildings in all neighborhoods, which would help provide housing for retail workers, janitors, house cleaners who already work in those neighborhoods. When you live close to where you work, you have more time for your family and your neighborhood. I'm proud of the young future leaders with Neighbors for More Neighbors, who also recognize past inequities. Those inequities have included redlining in certain neighborhoods and housing covenants, which restrict the sale of houses to whites only and non-Jews. Although those practices are in the past, the effects remain, and this comprehensive plan is one step towards remedying them. Thank you.
Thank you. 113, Joseph, then Beth, Lauren, and Nicole.
Hi. This is very interesting, I think. I came here kind of expecting to sort of say certain things, but it's very interesting hearing everybody's background. I think it's a super complex issue. I definitely think that young people and, older people, it's hard to kind of understand where each other are coming from just because our experiences of, our neighborhoods are very different. And even young people who have spent time in other cities very recently, I think are seeing things very differently. I think the whole, the plan and everything, I think just any frame of reference really needs to be framed with respect to the existential risk of climate change. I think that's super important, whichever side you're on. I can't say whether I support the plan, I guess. I support higher density, but I think it is important to listen to everyone. I guess that's all I can really say. I just have too many thoughts at the moment. So thank you for all your work, and I hope you vote your conscience. So thank you.
Thank you. 114 is Beth, then Lauren, then Nicole. I don't see Beth. So let's do 115, Lauren.
Hello.
My name is Lauren Richards. I live at 3405 18th Avenue South in Powderhorn Park in Ward 9. Incidentally, I just looked up my property value, and it has gone up $35,000 in the last 2 years since I have owned it. First of all, thank you to the council and to all my neighbors here today for investing your time and energy into giving feedback. That we all care so strongly about the future growth of Minneapolis is a testament to our love of this city. I lived in Washington, D.C. for 13 years after growing up in the Minneapolis suburbs. I moved to South Minneapolis in part because my husband and I realized that even with our dual income and good credit, it would be difficult for us to afford to buy a home in D.C. For most of the previous decade, I had lived in a series of questionable to downright illegal sublets with rodent problems, a serious gas leak, and a landlord who refused to extend my lease after I complained about a long list of housing code violations. Even after all that time living in crappy apartments, paying below market value rent, I basically had no savings, certainly not enough for a down payment on a house. Even with my husband's income and savings, we had two options if we wanted to stay in D.C. We could move way out in the suburbs, sacrificing our walkable, transit-friendly lifestyle, or we could move to a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood where we would displace long-term residents, most of whom were solidly middle-class people of color. For years, cities did not build enough housing. Long-term residents complained that interior development of small and mid-rise multi-unit housing will destroy neighborhood character, create too much traffic or parking shortages, blocking out the sun. Land prices have risen due to a history of downzoning and increased demand, and now people who can afford to build new housing are basically developers who can build luxury apartments and condos. And yet so many cities waited until the middle of a housing shortage to really start building. So we still have low vacancy rates and astronomically rising rents and housing prices. Very little of that housing is in the middle for students, seniors, young families, anyone with a low to moderate income. You have to be wealthy to live in most parts of the city. I urge the council to support the Minneapolis 2040 plan, especially the provisions that encourage density and a larger range of housing options. We can combat climate change by creating safer, healthier, and more walkable neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that already exist in parts of Minneapolis but are out of reach to so many of us. Let's just make it a reality in more of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. 116 is Nicole, then Chris, Gary, James. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Nicole Salika. I live at 606 East 15th Street, apartment number 6 in Elliott Park, Ward 7. I support the plan. However, until the plan requires 50 stories of public housing along the newly approved Green Line, it doesn't go far enough. Until the plan bans cars from the city, it doesn't go far enough. The problem with tying built form and land use to existing and planned transit corridors is that it boxes us in. It says that we can only put transit here, we can only put density here. It doesn't allow us to provide what we need, fully autonomous luxury transit in every neighborhood. That being said, there are some very good things. You know, you have re-legalized building apartment buildings like mine, which don't have any parking. That makes it much more affordable to build those buildings and have good rents in them. A couple of specific concerns about the built form maps. The 9th Street Historic District in Elliott Park has a weird bit of spot zoning on it that keeps that district low height. And it really doesn't suit the rest of the neighborhood. I think we should let the neighborhood decide what we want to do, if we need to do something with a historically designated building. Second of all, Loring Park has been drastically lowered across the board in the revision to the plan. I do not agree with that at all. I would like to live in Loring Park one day, and I can't right now because of the housing that's there, the price of the housing that's there, and the quality of the housing that I can't afford there. So please fix those two specific things in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. 117, Chris, then Gary, then James.
Madam President, members of the council, thank you for having me. My name is Chris Mosing. I live in the Midtown building at 2929 Chicago. I want to thank staff for all their hard work and extensive meetings, and the council members with the vision and the leadership to advance this plan. That said, it doesn't go far enough. Efficient cities are necessary to mitigate and survive climate change. Efficient use of land is integral to being an efficient city. Minneapolis devotes too much space to cars and car infrastructure, which creates and incentivizes car dependency, and it still will if this plan is fully implemented. I'm proud to live in a city. It's time to stop shielding the wealthiest from the burdens of housing people that want to share and help build a fantastic, livable, sustainable urban environment. Current zoning shields single-family homeowners from their fair share by using the law to unreasonably limit how many people can live on their block. It's a giveaway that isn't in the public interest. It's this giveaway that's divisive. Why should neighborhoods like Corcoran and Phillips bear the multifamily housing burden for the entire city? Being well off in an incomplete neighborhood means that you can afford the costs that imposes on you while you externalize the effects of your car dependency on the rest of the city. Meaningful societal level changes are needed to address climate change. This plan only begins to acknowledge and address some of the disparities and harms caused by our history and the status quo. Single-family zoning was the experiment that was put into place without an environmental study. It was invented and codified before it was widely recognized how much harm we can do to our environment with our land use choices. More density will magnify our ability to obtain transit resources throughout the city that serve everybody. We're moving backward on transit, and we need the whole city to contribute people power, demand for transit to go forward. Waiting for the state to properly fund transit is a catch-22. I know what it's like to wait for a bus that should be coming, but it never comes. Waiting for transit is exactly like that, but it's the entire city that's waiting. It's time to confront our land use choices directly and with open eyes. The status quo promotes car dependency, wastes resources, hurts the environment, fractures community, and creates incomplete neighborhoods that favor the wealthy. We need to choose to do better. This plan is a start. I ask that you pass this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. 118, Gary, James, then Devin.
Councilmember Bender? Or Council President Bender. I like saying that. I haven't said that before. Council President Bender and council members. My name is Gary Arnson. I live at 3050 Northeast Benjamin Street, Northeast, and I'm strongly opposed to the upzoning of the what they call a blanket upzoning of the city part of the plan. Please don't upzone single-family neighborhoods. I grew up in one of two duplexes on a single-family size lot in the 2700 block of Cortland Avenue. The adjacent single-family house on the Fitzgerald House right next to our lot, if you count it as a single family, was demolished and replaced by a 2.5-story walk-up on the single-family size lot. Diana Fiala led a successful downzoning movement that's been talked about earlier tonight. Years later, the Whittier Alliance bought 2.5-story walk-ups in the Whittier neighborhood and rehabbed them. Our former Councilmember Scallon talked about problems with those. If you want to do a case study, look at when the Whittier Alliance bought all those 2.5-story walk-ups, including Jack Frost Flats and others. A few months ago, the Sunday paper had an article about property owners who pay a $2,000 annual fine to the city for each vacant and boarded property that they have. The article said one of the owners said something to the effect, I don't remember what it was, but it was something to the effect that paying the fines will be worth it in the end. So I don't know if he was talking about upzoning, whatever it's called, upzoning. Then that would make their properties very valuable. Minneapolis for everyone, and the opposition to the upzoning of the entire city is a much broader and larger movement than the successful downzoning movement that Diana Fiala led in the 70s. Under the current residential zoning that we have, downtown has, super skyscrapers, rental and condo skyscrapers. There's 5 or 6-story multi-family buildings and 10 or 20-story buildings in uptown, lower northeast side, University area. And my time's up, but please focus on, put more focus on schools. We did a 70% referendum for both schools, 2 referendums. Schools, north side, and it get delayed for 6 months. Thanks.
Thank you. 119, James, then Devin, Jesse, and Elena.
Hello, my name is James McCarthy. I live. Oh, can I talk here? Hi, my name is James McCarthy. I live at 1825 2nd Avenue in beautiful Stevens Square. It's getting late, so I'll try and get this straight to the point. I support the 2040 plan based on my experience as a renter, as a lifelong renter. As a youth, I didn't grow up in Minneapolis, not even close to here, but I grew up housing insecure. And looking back, I can see what extreme negative effects I had on some of my schoolwork, maybe social life, far greater than, living across from an aesthetically unpleasing building or looking for parking for a few extra minutes. I think this policy is good for renters. I think we have a severe housing shortage here, and this will not be a panacea, but this will help. This will be, a prerequisite to better policy, to deeper policies for affordable housing. Secondly, I didn't want to have to talk about this, but originally I had an idea of coming up here and say Stevens Square is a community of renters who are engaged and active. But then I realized, why should I have to justify our existence as renters and try to prove ourselves to be worthy of your attention? 51% of Minneapolis are renters like myself, and we're people. We want to live. We have the same basic needs, and we shouldn't have to prove ourselves to anybody. Living in an apartment is normal. Renting is normal. Living in New York City, for that woman who spoke earlier, is normal. So I support this plan. I think it's a good base to create a dynamic and proactive city into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. 120, Devin. 121 will be Jesse, then Elena, then Jesse again.
Hi, I'm Devin. Oh, am I in the thing? Oh, no. Oh, okay, awesome. And I live at 2701 4th Street Southeast, and I'm here to support the plan. I think it's a really good way to combat the existential threat that climate change is to our society, so we don't like die in 10 years or whatever. And it also addresses the racial injustices that redlining and things like that were in the past. But at those points, I think the city could go just a little bit further with zoning the city. I think Corridor 4, which is buildings 1 to 4 stories, would be better citywide, because most of the city is like 2.5 story single family homes, so going from 2.5 to 4 isn't a big humongous jump. So I feel like that would be a better base build form. And when it comes to the land use maps, a lot of the city is still urban neighborhood, which the description really doesn't really sound very urban-y. So I think more of the city should be more corridor and community mixed use, so that we can really get to the walkability that the city needs to address the climate goals that we need to get to. So yeah, those are my comments.
Thank you. 121, Jesse. Welcome.
Thank you. A lot of my sentiments have been expressed multiple times over, so I will just give my ask and make my couple of points. I am in Lyndhurst, and it's myself and 3 kids in a 2,100 square foot home. I choose to be there because that's what fits the needs that I want for my family. But I've lived here for 45 years. I'm very familiar with the city. My sister lives in Northeast because that's what fits her needs. My dad grew up in North Minneapolis. My 2 aunts still live very close to Powderhorn in, a 3-plex. I have 2 disabled aunts that live in Minneapolis. Their needs fit certain areas. What I'm asking is that you guys not have this approach where it is locked in and then we are later going to have to go back and change areas where it doesn't fit. There's going to be so much more work involved in changing something that's done wrong instead of taking the time to do it right. Because I think a lot of people have brought up areas that would be fabulous to have more growth, and then there are some areas that I know the schools in my area are so over capacity, and I don't know where you think you're going to build another school by Lyndhurst. So it just doesn't seem that the different village areas have really been looked at to decide what fits well. I can guarantee for my aunts that Kingfield, they would love to live in Kingfield. They've got all the restaurants on Nicollet. They're in wheelchairs. They don't drive cars. They need pockets where they have that kind of accessibility and walkability. But that doesn't necessarily mean ripping apart other areas that don't have the functionality to support doing that. So what I'm asking is that you please revise this plan, take the time to get feedback from all the different village areas, and have data to support it, because that's the only way your constituents are going to support it and not feel anxiety about what's going on if you have data to show this vicinity has this many restaurants in this walkable area, and this is what it means for the schools and the people. And what are we doing for North Minneapolis? We have all sorts of land that builders could buy there. And, if we did it right as a city, that could be such a great area. It's close to downtown. Fabulous parks in North Minneapolis. I don't understand. My dad practically cries when we drive to North Minneapolis right now. He can't even hardly stand what's happened to the neighborhood he grew up in. And yet, what are we doing there? So that is my ask. Thank you.
122, Elena.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Jesse too.
You're next. Jesse, number 2.
I think I'm the only Alina here, but I can't guarantee it. So my name is Alina, and I live at 5644 43rd Avenue South, and I'm here in support of Minneapolis 2040. I believe this plan represents a thoughtful and conscious effort to address serious and interconnected problems facing our city. Many of these problems are the direct result of discriminatory housing policies and policies that ignored environmental impacts such as heavy car use, sprawl, and widespread lack of density. I'm proud to live in a city that's facing the future head-on, and I think it's always tempting to be afraid of change, but we can't allow fear to rule our city, and we can't let fear make our decisions for us. My mom always taught me to leave things better than you found them, and I think that's as true of a major metropolitan area as it is of a campsite or a picnic area. So I think it's all of our responsibility to make Minneapolis a better place to live for everyone who is here. I agree with the plan that we need to create a healthy and interconnected city with diverse and complete neighborhoods. Affordable housing is undeniably in a crisis, and it won't get better unless we act. Our daily driving habits, sprawling car-based infrastructure are polluting lakes and rivers, clogging our roads, and creating climate change. Encouraging and actively prioritizing bikes and transit systems reduces the need for cars, reduces trips in cars, and helps mitigate our climate impact. It also reduces a need for parking. It's not enough to ask everyone to buy a Prius. We need to act collectively at a larger scale and to make a systematic change to genuinely, truly make a difference. Walkable neighborhoods, good quality bikes, and transit systems don't happen on their own. Prioritizing them is crucial, and we have to do it now if we're serious about reducing our climate impact. Saying that we care about the goals, and I genuinely believe people when they say that, saying that we care about the goals and then saying, but we don't want to act now, we can't act now, is how we ended up in this mess. That's how we ended up with the climate situation that we have now. As a homeowner, I welcome denser and more diverse housing options in my neighborhood. I want everyone to have a safe and affordable place to call home, and I recognize that home doesn't have to mean a 2 to 3 bedroom single-family house with a 3-car garage. Home can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. It can mean tiny houses, it can mean intergenerational homes, it can mean unconventional housing situations. Whatever it means for people, I think they deserve a chance to have that. We need to address these systematic income inequality, racial, social justice, climate change, and other issues. I believe Minneapolis 2040 is a step in the right direction, and I urge you to support it.
Thank you. Jesse, then Adam, John, and Anton.
My name is Jesse Lorenz. I live in Ward 13, and I'd like to tell you the story of my morning. I have 2 small children, and this morning we walked from our house to downtown Linden Hills. And on the way to the hardware store, and on the way to the coffee shop, and on the way to story time at the library, we passed about a dozen duplexes. We passed probably, 5 or 6 fourplexes. We even passed this one really cute sort of California-style 6-plex that's oriented around this courtyard. It's just great. It was an idyllic morning. It was wonderful. And it occurred to me that I was feeling very grateful this morning, and that all the people in these sort of denser buildings probably also felt equally grateful to live in our wonderful neighborhood. The reason why I relate this to you is because I would like to see these buildings being able to be built again in the future. They've been built in the past. They're great. I love them in my neighborhood. I would love to see them again. I really hope that you all pass a plan that will allow that to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 124, Adam.
All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Adam Fitek. I live at 4240 Aldrich Avenue South in Southwest Minneapolis. I am speaking today in really enthusiastic support of this plan. I really believe that this was going to help us take drastic and really important steps to increase housing affordability and really address some of the economic disparities in the city. As Governor Staten's, he had his housing task force release a report back in August. We face a major housing shortage in the state of Minnesota. With a need to build 300,000 homes by 2030. As the largest city in the state, it's really imperative that we play a frontline role to help solve that issue. The issue has many long-term implications, not only on our city, but the future of our region's economic competitiveness. Additionally, this council has an ambitious racial equity agenda, which I fully support. My question to the council is, how can that be reached if people in the city cannot find an affordable place to live? And that includes Southwest Minneapolis. The reality is that adding housing supply of all types has to be part of the solution here. As a region, Minneapolis plays an outside role in that effort, and it's important that we take the lead on this issue. If we don't move ahead, why should suburbs like Edina, Eden Prairie, Bloomington, why should these places do anything to solve the problem? So it really is imperative that we start to take the lead. Where I live in East Harriet, there are a lot of apartment buildings and duplexes. These were built decades earlier, a lot of them across the neighborhood, and they really serve as a more affordable housing option for those seeking to enjoy the same access to amenities like the Rose Garden, like Lake Harriet, the same amenities that my family has. As a resident of Southwest, we need more housing options like this type of naturally occurring affordable housing for those that would like to age in place or for those that can't afford the higher costs of buying a home down there. We have a generational opportunity to put our city and our region in a much stronger path. We can ensure housing affordability is an issue that we care about by taking action with this plan. We can move the needle on racial and economic equity and help to reverse our city's long history of racial segregation and redlining. With that, I urge you guys to vote to support the steps that are taken in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. 125 is John, then Anton, Stephen, Carol, and Fred.
Hi, my name is John Ryder. I live at 423 West 31st Street in the Lindale neighborhood, Ward 8. I'm here to speak in support of the plan. I was fortunate enough 2 years ago, about 2.5 years ago, with my husband to buy a unit in a 6-unit building for $125,000. I feel very lucky to be in that situation. And when the 2040 plan came out, I, like many people, I'm sure, looked at the map and saw that to look at where my unit was going to be zoned, and I was surprised to find out that it was actually currently zoned as single family. And with the new plan, it would be upzoned to fourplex, now triplex. So that was surprising to me. My neighborhood, Lindale, is very housing diverse. There's a lot of high-rises and mid-rises and single-family housing. And when this plan came out, I decided to start looking around my neighborhood at the outside of houses, and I saw that many of the houses that I thought were houses were actually duplexes, triplexes, or even fourplexes. So I thought that likely contributes to the diversity and affordability of my neighborhood, which is the least white neighborhood in the uptown area. I would like for this plan to pass, and I actually don't think it goes far enough because my building and many buildings like mine will still be non-conforming, the most affordable buildings in the neighborhood. Like I said, I was able to buy my unit, a 2-bedroom unit, for $125,000. A few months ago, a 3-bedroom house a block away from me sold for $370,000, and we would never be able to afford that. At least not for a long time, and I would like to stay in my neighborhood, so I would like to support this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. 126, Anton.
Good evening, council members. My name is Anton Tropolsky. I live on Oak Grove Street in Ward 7. I am a renter. I've been a renter my entire life. I remember going to city parks with my parents. We lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. And I was very happy living in an apartment, as were many Americans before roughly the 1950s, 1960s, when people would live in much smaller spaces and were perfectly satisfied. It's around that time that this country moved on a path of sprawl and environmental waste, and I support this council for trying to correct this, for trying to increase diversity of housing in the city, trying to increase and allow for people to afford to live in this city. And I don't want us to go the way of other cities in which housing is frankly unaffordable and people have to commute, working people have to commute for hours, an hour and a half, average commute times in certain large cities on the coast, just to be able to work someplace and live someplace. So I thank you for devoting so many hours of testimony to this topic. I've lived in other cities where other city councils would not have, so I appreciate that and the ample opportunity for all of us to speak over, frankly, the past months, both written and oral testimony. I'd like to point out that a lot of what I've heard today, what I've read online, has, I think, something to do with the same arguments that have been made over the past decades, frankly, arguments for redlining. Maybe we don't call it that now, but a lot of folks trying to say that upzoning is fine, but maybe not in our nice white neighborhood in southwest Minneapolis. Maybe they put it in another way, but we all know what they mean. They meant the same thing in the 1950s, in the 1960s, in the 1940s, and recently as well. So I thank you for drawing up this comprehensive plan, and if anything, please upzone further.
Thank you. 127, Stephen, then Carol, Fred, and Ellen.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Stephen Verdorn. I live at 905 West 36th Street. I stand here with my neighbors and many people who have been questioning and opposing this plan. The plan states lofty goals that I think we can all get behind with socially desirable results. Unfortunately, the plan does the opposite of the stated goals. The plan prioritizes affordable housing while privatizing some of the only public housing left in the state, while delivering more market rate housing that charges $1,500 per 400 square feet. The plan promises a brighter economic future, but provides no path to property ownership. Instead, promises to keep people struggling to pay ever-increasing rents to out-of-state corporate and real estate investors. This plan promises to protect the environment while removing critical protections for our lakes, streams, and rivers. The plan promises to be inclusive, yet the city did not bother to send a postcard to inform the citizenry of these sweeping changes. It did, however, send a postcard to remind us about organic recycling. The plan promises engagement, but removes individual neighborhood and small businesses' input by centralizing powers to developers and politicians. The message is your input is not welcome. We know better. The plan promises economic opportunity while squeezing out small businesses, allowing further gentrification of neighborhoods. As rents increase, the small businesses will be forced out, displacing the very fabric of what makes this city a desirable place to live. The plan talks about density, but does not have the transit or other infrastructure to support it. In short, this plan promises to destroy the very things that make this city a desirable and great place to live. Ignoring the feedback of older citizens who helped build the city and make it a great place is irresponsible. Categorical ignoring of constant stream of calls to slow down and change the plan is also responsible. Countless citizens have stood before you and the Planning Commission to say they do not want this plan. It's time for you to listen to your constituents and delay this plan. If the plan is so good, it will survive further scrutiny. What is the council afraid of? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. 128 is Carol, and we have 6 more people signed in. We'll check in after that. So Carol White. The next is 129, Fred. Then Ellen, Claire, Mary, and John.
Hello. Good evening. Thank all of you for being here so late. I've been here since 6 myself. Good evening. My name is Fred Kreider, 2832 28th Avenue South in the 2nd Ward. When the first draft was released, Councilmember Fletcher was quoted by MinPost saying, "The thing I'm reminding people about the comprehensive plan is that it's supposed to be comprehensive." I strongly support this plan, but I still wish it went further, notably addressing the striking similarities between the current land use maps and the Homeowners Loan Corporation's maps of the 1930s. I'm also disappointed and frustrated that as rental vacancies keep falling and the price of rent continues to rise, this plan still operates around unit counts instead of more generalized form-based zoning or perhaps no zoning at all. I'm also terrified about the future of our planet. Let's remember that it is 38 degrees outside right now, but it snowed a month ago and was 8 degrees yesterday morning. To roughly paraphrase Commissioner Rockwell from the last public hearing, the latest IPCC report is dire, and building dense pedestrianized cities is the only way forward. That is exactly what is being proposed through Minneapolis 2040. Land use reform is a very significant way to let us reduce our carbon footprint as a city. Allowing and encouraging dense, sustainable housing everywhere is imperative to achieving a carbon neutral future. I've lived here for 26 years now, and I would like Minneapolis to stay as beautiful as it can for the next 26 years. That means driving significantly less or not at all. That means reducing the amount of road salt used everywhere, but especially around the chain of lakes and along the Mississippi River, as reported by NPR and the Star Tribune since at least 2013. That means making driving as inconvenient as using transit in the evening or biking in the rain. That means subsidizing and then mandating all electricity to be 100% renewable. That means transit service so frequent that schedules are no longer necessary. That means expecting more destinations to be accessible by foot, and that means abundant housing everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. 130 is Ellen.
Good evening. I am a lifelong resident of Minneapolis, a Longfellow resident now, and I've heard a lot of comments over the last several hours. One that stuck in my mind is age in place. And aging in place is exactly what I would love to be able to do in the home that my husband and I have cared for the last 35 years, and that we are planning as part of our retirement plan to have paid off. Unfortunately, my home is in the crosshairs of your beautiful plan, and it looks like we're going to have to move at some point when we are retired and on fixed income. And I have not heard anybody talk about that population and what's going to happen with those of us who are retired, who are on fixed incomes, and now all of a sudden we have to move. What is the plan for us? This doesn't seem to take any consideration for what may happen to us. And we're going to be part of that low income group, right? We're not going to be able to afford to move to another house. We're not going to be able to afford a 30-year mortgage. So what is the plan for us? What are you doing for us? I do not support this plan. I think that there's been enough people coming forward tonight to talk to you about how there's not enough data, there's not enough information, there hasn't been an environmental impact study. There's a lot of reasons why to stop at this juncture and to think deeply about all of the impacts, not just what folks want to get rid of cars. I mean, well, we live in Minnesota, people. I don't think we can get rid of cars because when it's 20 below, I don't think you're going to want to walk everywhere.
But think deeply about this plan and all of the impacts. I urge you to please do that, because I certainly do not want to be having to figure out when I'm on a fixed income, what am I going to do? Because now I have no home. Because my home that I paid for and planned on living in the house that I cared for, is now not there anymore.
Thank you. 131, Claire, then Mary and John, and that is what we have for sign-ins.
Hello, I'm Claire Rubeck. I live in Minneapolis, 2741 Drew Avenue South, and I appreciate the time that everyone has invested in this and the work that the planning department and the CPED has put into this. I'm here to fulfill two roles tonight, one as a private citizen, and I'll speak to that first. What I'm hearing tonight is a yearning to come together, and I feel that this comprehensive plan missed a great opportunity to bring the city together to address the goals that are stated. And I wish, rather than this being the end of the process, if we had started in the beginning or even in the middle with something like this, I think we could have developed a much more robust and effective plan that would have brought the people of the city together to reach out from our different neighborhoods. We're all committed to our neighborhoods, whether we're renters or homeowners, and we're hearing that tonight. So that's my biggest lament, and I wish there was a way that you, holding the power, could see how to reset that. I don't know what that means, but perhaps you could put your minds to it. I agree about the concerns about the environment. I myself am an activist against fossil fuel, against pipelines, and in my role as a leadership member of the Citizens Acting for Rail Safety, I'm also concerned about oil by rail, and our city is exposed to that. The UN report indeed says the clock is ticking, and there's some specificity in their report about what we need to do. One of the things that's happening tonight is we're hearing a lot of data points, but it's not getting knitted together. And in some ways, the comprehensive plan is not knitting the data points together either. For example, carbon emissions from fossil-based fuel is the problem. What is the number one source of that? It isn't transportation, that's 14%. It's heating our homes and it's agriculture. Those two things together make up half of the carbon emissions. So the plan isn't really speaking to that, as I see it. In my role as Citizens Acting for Rail Safety, I also have concerns about the density of housing close to the active freight rails in our city. The evacuation zones or the blast zones where we have high hazard materials being transported by rail through our city, which includes flammable liquids, crude oil from the Bakken, ethanol, as well as radioactive materials and other toxins. We are planning to put high density within a half mile of those active freight rails.
Thank you.
It's not just.
Thank you so much. 132, Mary, then John, and then we'll take anyone who didn't sign in.
I'm Mary Harlow. I've lived in Minneapolis for 35 years at 2775 Thomas Avenue South. I'm here to state my opposition to the 2040 plan for the following reasons. First, it's completely undemocratic. I don't know why the whole council isn't here also. This is disturbing to me. We're here. Why isn't the M2040 on the ballot? The city has ignored the voice of the people. Well over 18,000 written responses objecting to the plan. Second, M2040 plans to do away with the small area plan that has empowered the neighborhoods, that is democratic, to monitor, improve, and resolve problems in cooperation with city government. Third, the city's told reporters that they deliberately avoided consulting our neighborhood organizations since they are quote unquote not representative of the residents of Minneapolis. This is crazy making. They are the residents of Minneapolis. I oppose M2040 because it's based on false premises, lack of diversity. This is also just not accurate. When I moved into my home in southwest Minneapolis, which I earned by renovating 2 smaller houses in other areas and earning the equity to build, building the equity to buy into my neighborhood in the Sydenham neighborhood, like my nieces and nephews are now renovating houses in Brooklyn Park and North Minneapolis to build equity so that they can move ahead. Our problem here with affordable housing is that everybody wants to live in southwest Minneapolis immediately. It's just not the way it works. I oppose Minneapolis 2040 because it's based on the premises I began to say of lack of diversity, and it's just not so. When I moved into my house 35 years ago in the Sydenham neighborhood, I had 2 African-American families on my block who'd lived there happily for years and predated me. I now have 2 Asian families across the street, an Egyptian family, an Indian family, Arab, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim neighbors within a block of my house. All have earned their homes. All are welcome there. And all are good neighbors. None were slowed down by redlining. As my Jewish neighbors, the doctors, the judge, the lawyers tell me, it was outlawed 70 years ago.
Thank you. Thank you. 133 is John, and then that completes the list of people who've signed in. We will again check if there are folks who would like to speak after that.
Aren't you guys happy? Last person here. My name is John Bareska, and I live at 3400 West Calhoun Parkway. The purported goals of the 2040 plan are something we can all agree on, making our city more livable, increasing affordability, improving our environment. I think we can all agree on those principles. Unfortunately, the 2040 plan may well make our city less livable, less affordable, and just plain uglier. Just ask anyone who lives in another state what makes Minneapolis and Minnesota special. Minneapolis has, what are our crown jewels in Minneapolis? The answer is easy. Our lakes, the surrounding parkways, and the tree canopy. Why then would the 2040 plan envision, permit, and encourage taking out the tree canopy and building dozens of buildings that are 10, 20, and 30 stories right in the epicenter of Bede-Makaska, Isles, and Cedar? Some of these 10-story buildings less than 2 blocks from the shore. Some of the 6-story buildings 1 block from the shore. It raises a lot of questions. Why would the City Council sell the air rights over our most beautiful lakes so that millionaire developers can sell apartments that only millionaires can afford? Could it be that Bader and Doran and Mortensen and Loopy Development and Alatus and Ackerberg are the biggest campaign contributors to Mayor Fry and some of you here? Why did the City Planning Commission illustrate their 2040 plan buildings that were proposed by Bader Development and yet they were non-conforming? So if you look at this map, these buildings here are just like Bader Development's plans, yet they were not approved. Why were they shown? Why was a private developer's plans shown in this development? Why was this picture I show you now only pictured as a 2.5-inch thumbnail on page 80 of the 2040 plan? The drawing must have cost a lot, and yet it never once was shown at any of the 5 2040 plan meetings I attended. Curious, why not? Our lakes will be forever scarred, the runoff will flood our lakes, the gridlock will choke our air, these buildings will raise rents in Minneapolis. Now that both Bader and Doran have a foot in the door, they curiously have walked back their commitment to make these developments low income. Curious, huh? Have a conscience, vote no on the 2040 plan. For those of you who already made up your mind, I propose an amendment. Please amend this 2040 plan to retain the citizen-led shoreland overlay regulations that protect our lakes and limit any development in Narrow Lakes to less than 6 stories, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last speaker who signed in. I'll see if anyone else would like to speak. Would anyone else like to speak? Last call, come on up.
Hello, I'm Rob Plunkett. I'm in Jeremy's ward. And the couple thoughts I have here as I listen to this, and I haven't read the whole plan, so I will apologize for my lack of detail. But what I've not heard, because I didn't plan to speak, but the thought that we have, I know in South Minneapolis, that we have these corridors that have, I'm thinking of Cedar Avenue in Bloomington and Chicago and Park and Portland and Nicollet, that there would be the opportunity for higher density development in what I believe would be already permitted use. So I think it's troubling to me to think that there are those corridors that already exist that could accept that development to achieve the goal of the greater density. So I think it's troubling, at least I haven't heard as part of the discussion. And again, I apologize for not reading the plan. And I think I just also have a personal reaction that when I hear that, what we would be opposed to is if you live in South Minneapolis and this might be going in next to your home, that wouldn't really be making me a racist. And that isn't what is driving our reaction to something that we just don't think would enhance our block and the neighborhood that the plan might allow. So thank you for your long night. I know you've heard a lot, and I'm also somewhat embarrassed as a Minneapolitan to hear the personal attacks on you. I know you're trying to do the best job, you're conscientious, and it's troubling when I hear fellow citizens directing those comments at you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
This
No.
is my poster. These things cannot keep happening,
Okay.
and this is not affordable housing.
Yep. Thank
the
you.
Apartments in this building are not.
Would anyone else who'd like to speak who hasn't had a chance? Last call? Okay.
I wasn't planning on testifying, but I would just like to let all of the people know who were opposing the plan to really think about the historical kind of implications of what opposing the plan looks like and sounds like, and maybe temper your reactions to charges of NIMBYism and other things towards a historical lens. So that's all I have to say, and hopefully we can get this thing over with now. Sorry to extend it by a little bit.
Okay, thank you. If you spoke but didn't sign in, you could sign in with the clerk. That would help the record. Would anyone else like to speak? Last call. I will then close the public hearing. We do need, okay. I'll reopen the public hearing. Thank you. The last speaker.
Okay, so I wasn't planning to speak. This is kind of last minute, but I'd like to start by saying I am opposed to the 2040. Oh, my name is Miyoshi Sito, and I'm a landlord, a realtor, and a developer in the North Side area. We own some rental properties up there, and we've recently purchased our primary residence in the North Side. And addressing climate change is a must, but increasing to such high density housing is not the answer. My husband's business in Loring Park was among one of the many that was displaced to allow for luxury apartment buildings. In fact, there were many residents who were here in this very room to oppose those buildings going up, 3 luxury apartment buildings, because they see the gentrification coming. And we are strongly opposed to the upzoning. As a realtor, housing can be affordable to the young people who stated that, they can't afford housing. There are many programs that would give up to $30,000 to help them get housing. There's also, to rent an apartment, you need to have decent credit. You need to have a job. The same basic principles apply to housing. So I think that everyone who wants to be homeowners, they can be. And you don't have to have high density housing to have a place to live. And for those who think that this plan will address the racial injustices, that's very idealistic, but that's not the facts. And to increase walkability in a neighborhood, you need to increase local businesses. People need places to walk to. Just having places to live doesn't increase the walkability. There is a great need for affordable housing, but this current 2040 plan needs revision, and it needs more study, more input from the individual neighborhoods, as each neighborhood has different needs. And for those who mention that they would like to live in Loring Park but can't afford it, just wait until those new buildings go up. They really won't be able to afford it. Higher density does not equal affordability. And I urge you to rethink the 2040 plan and reject the plan as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak this last time? All right, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. For my colleagues, we do need to take action to receive and file the public comments that have been offered and refer the matter to our special committee meeting, the Committee of the Whole, which is scheduled for Monday, November 26th at 10 a.m. So I'll make that motion and see if there's any questions or discussion from my colleagues. Councilmember Goodman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank you for chairing an extremely well-done meeting. There's been a lot of talk in the press, the Star Tribune and other non-mainstream but wonderful social media about the chaos that has been ensuing at City Council public meetings, and it starts at the top with the person who's leading the meeting, and I just think you've done an extremely fair and good and kind job, and I want you to know how much it's appreciated, both by me, I would guess, by all of the people sitting up here, and definitely by the people in this room who I thought everyone conducted themselves in a very fair and honest way. And I want to thank you all. We're not all on different sides. We're all residents of the same city, and I appreciate the way that everyone has conducted themselves today. Thank you to you.
Sure. Is there any other comment on the motion to receive and file and refer this item? You know, I will just say a couple of things, and I will be very brief because of the time. I really do want to also thank the council members who have spent many, many, many hours engaging in their communities on the plan. And there are council members who are here who had no constituents speak, and there are council members who stayed for many hours who had either none or a couple of their own constituents speak tonight. And those council members have also spent many evenings in the ward, hosting community meetings about the comprehensive plan, hosting specific topics that are really the most highest priority for their own constituents in coffee shops, in libraries, sometimes getting kicked out of libraries, I've heard. So I just want to say that the council members have spent so much time talking with their constituents, and I think it's really showing in the discussions that we're having as colleagues as we move into this final phase of the plan. I also want to say that a lot of the comments that I've heard are things that council members are working on. So some of you mentioned that you've been in touch with your council member. They're talking to us, so a number of the specific comments and changes and requests are being reflected in those conversations at City Hall, so I wouldn't assume that that isn't happening, and I would in fact reassure you that it is. So with that, I will take a vote on the motion, and then I will just reiterate again for the public a couple of the details of the next steps, but I know some of my colleagues might need to leave. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. And so then again, the next step of this process will be Monday, November 6th at 10 a.m., 26th at 10 a.m. in this chamber. It's the Monday morning after our Thanksgiving break, so we hope our staff will not have to work over the holiday, but they may, and they've been working so very hard. So I want to thank so much our CPED staff, the clerk's office, the city attorney's office, and everyone who has supported all of the public engagement and work that has gone into this plan so far. It has been an enormous undertaking, and it is unparalleled in the amount of engagement that has gone into this in the city's sort of normal standard for community engagement. So after that markup session, that will allow council members to bring forward amendments, and it will give us a chance to review and either change or adopt the amendments that came out of the City Planning Commission. After that, we will have a second agenda item, a session that's an agenda item on the Committee of the Whole meeting on Wednesday, December 5th. That's at 1:30 p.m. in this chamber, and that would be to finalize any last changes to the plan before it goes for a final vote at the City Council meeting on Friday, December 7th, which is our final meeting of the year. The inclusionary zoning policy that I'm authoring, along with a couple of other council members, will follow that same timeline. So with that, I will thank everyone again so much for coming and for your patience and for respectfully listening to each other and hearing your neighbors. And I was excited to hear that folks got a chance to hear from each other in the hallway and have some of those conversations. We look forward to continuing to engage with you and really build a future that everyone in our city can be proud of. Thank you so much. I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you.